Present.
Vice President Edmiston,
Present.
Board Member Aaron's, President Ovalle.
Present. With that, in partnership with the tribes who called Phoenix their home, we acknowledge and respect the land our schools are built on. We commit to being a strong partner with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be their partners. So that moves us to Pledge of Allegiance. Those who are able, please stand. Thank you for that. All right, let's see here. All right. So do we have anybody that wants to make any recommendations on the agenda?
I would like to move to amend the agenda by moving items G2 through G7 before F, executive session. I think that the executive session could potentially go very long tonight. G2 through G7 isn't contingent on the executive session at all, so I would prefer that we do those first, since members of the audience may be here that want to hear our debate on those, and then go into executive session, come back and finish G1.
Okay, cool. I second that.
I'll say.
Can we get a roll call?
Board Member Trujillo,
Aye.
Board Member Sandoval,
Aye.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's, President Ovalle.
Yes.
I further move to amend the agenda by adding a motion to rescind the vote taken at the April 16th, 2026 governing board meeting regarding the statement of charges seeking dismissal of Sergio Andre Jose Cozole Gubea to be placed on the agenda immediately before the termination item.
I second the motion.
Board Member Trujillo,
No.
Board Member Sandoval,
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's, President Ovalle.
Yes. With that, it passes.
And last, I move that we table items A6 and 7 until the next board meeting. These were posted on the agenda. However, the minutes, there was a glitch and it's not clear that the minutes were actually available until today. So I would like to have more time to review them myself, and I think everybody should.
I second that.
Board Member Trujillo,
No.
Board Member Sandoval,
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's, President Ovalle.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, cabinet, and our community, I want to start by celebrating the terrific summer programming we provided this year to help our young learners in preparing to meet their academic and personal growth goals for next year. I also want to celebrate the outstanding work our child nutrition department has done. They are on pace currently to double the number of free meals that they have provided in our community. So far, to children under 18, they have served 15,000 meals as of this week. And we're continuing to provide meals, breakfast and lunches, to our community through the month of July. Finally, as we prepare to celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary, I want to take a moment to remind people of the importance our founding fathers placed on a free public education, the commitment to providing states the land so that public schools would be accessible to all children in their communities. Democracy flourishes with an educated citizenry, and we are proud to serve our students as we work to provide an outstanding education for our students. I want to thank our governing board members who volunteer to ensure we are providing an education that we can be proud of, and to welcome our newest board member, Mr. Damian Sandoval Pereira, and wish everyone here and who is listening, a safe and enjoyable 4th of July holiday. That concludes my comments.
That moves us to item B2, board member updates. Do we have any updates? Anybody would like to share?
President Ovalle, I would like to share.
Please.
Thank you. First and foremost, I wish to just give thanks to God for this position. I also wish to thank the district for the help that they have been allowing me and guiding me. I wish to give a special thanks to our Superintendent Gonzalez. She has been guiding me along the process, and hearing that families and children are being fed throughout all of July is very encouraging, so I'm glad to hear that. I wish to thank the governing board for allowing me to render this public service, and most of all, I wish to give thanks to the county superintendent, Mrs. Boggs, for allowing me to be in this position. And at the end of the day, just be able to give back to the community. I've been able to learn many different programs take place at the public school level, and it's important to be informed regarding these issues, because at the end of the day, these are our neighbors, these are our families, and most importantly, these are your children. So I give thanks also for the community showing up today. If there is ever a need, if there's anything that needs to be taken care of, I'm glad that we could always first come to the community. With that, I wish to conclude my statement.
Well, awesome. I'd like to welcome you to the team. I really appreciate and respect that you are from this community, especially Lowell. That's like one of my, like by my heart. So I really look forward to the insight, you being here throughout those years, just bringing them to the table and really supporting the kids. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for taking this role. All right, anybody else? Throughout those years. All right,
cool.
just bringing them to the table. That moves us to community communications. That's item C1. And we've got quite a bit of online, is that correct? All right, and we're gonna keep it to 2 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That moves us to community communications. That's item C1. And we've got quite a bit of online, is that correct? All right, and we're gonna keep it to 2 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That moves us to community communications. That's item C1. And we've got quite a bit of online, is that correct? And we're gonna keep it to 2 minutes.
Our first community comment is from Kaylin Weisel. Hello, board members. I am writing today to share my experiences working with Sergio Govea, Mr. G, during my time at Hurd Elementary School. I taught art at Hurd from 2023 until its closure in 2025. By far, Mr. G's classes were always the best behaved classroom in art room. Best behaved classes in my art room. If I was having behavior issues with his class, Mr. G would use his prep time to stay in the art room to ensure that he maintained good behavior, stayed on task, and respected the art room and materials, something few of the other teachers did. Mr. G was firm with the kids and had high standards for them, but always backed it up with encouragement. One of my favorite parts of the school year was grading time, where my husband and I, also a teacher at Hurd, would read Mr. G's comments for his students. Without exception, Mr. G wrote a personal, relevant, and supportive comment for each student, something we never saw on any other class rosters. I observed his students learn how to take responsibility for their actions, learning and behavior, and consistently their confidence grew greatly. Mr. G was strict, but I always considered his students lucky to have him as their teacher. He was also the only teacher that I collaborated with on art lessons, all of which is insisting to give his students the most engaging learning experiences he could. In closing, I was inspired seeing Mr. G at work. There are a few teachers out there like Sergio. Thank you for your time, Kaylin Wajahop, formerly Weisel.
This next comment is from Barbara Candidate. Good evening, board members. My name is Barbara Candidate, and I'm the mother of Amelia Weaver, who is a student in Mr. Sergio Govea's classroom. I'm here tonight because I want to share what I saw as a parent. Mr. Govea created a classroom with clear expectations and accountability, but what stood out to me was how he made students feel like they mattered. My daughter Amelia is thoughtful and capable, but she can also be quiet and hesitant to speak up. Mr. Govea consistently encouraged her to participate because he believed her voice was important. There was an incident that has been discussed involving Amelia's classroom participation. From my perspective as her mother, Mr. Govea's goal was never to embarrass her. He had spent months encouraging her to contribute because he recognized her potential and wanted her to have confidence in herself. I also noticed something that every parent wants to see. My daughter enjoyed going to school. She would come home talking about classroom activities, lessons, music, culture, and experiences that kept students engaged and excited about learning. When Mr. Govea was removed from the classroom, Amelia was genuinely upset. She repeatedly asked when he was coming back and was disappointed when she learned he would not be returning. As a parent, that told me a great deal about the positive relationship he had built with his students. What impressed me most was that he saw Amelia as an individual. He recognized her strengths, encouraged her growth, and helped her build confidence in herself. I can only speak from my family's experience, but our experience with Mr. Govea was overwhelmingly positive, and I am grateful for the impact he had on my daughter. Thank you.
Next community comment is from Erica Olson. To whom it concern, I had the privilege of knowing Salvador Daggles for many years, and I can confidently say that he is one of the most genuine, caring, and community-minded individuals I know. Salvador consistently demonstrates kindness, integrity, and a strong willingness to help others. He is the type of person who is always looking for ways to get involved, contribute to his community, and make a positive impact on those around him. Whether volunteering his time, lending a helping hand, or simply being there for someone in need, Sergio approaches every situation with compassion and a positive attitude. One of Sergio's most admirable qualities is his selflessness. I have no doubt that he would give the shirt off his back to help someone who was struggling. He genuinely cares about people and often puts the needs of others before his own. In addition to his kindness, Salvador is dependable and always eager to learn and try new things. He embraces challenges with enthusiasm and is someone who leads by example through his actions and treatment of others. Erica Corcoran.
The next comment is from Dylan Pellegrino. To the Phoenix Elementary School Governing Board, my name is Dylan Pellegrino. I recently graduated from Arizona State University and currently work as an audio engineer and production technician. I'm writing to share my perspective on Sergio Govea's character and the impact he had on my life. I have known Sergio for nearly 2 years. We first connected through shared interest in faith, fitness, and music, but over time, our friendship grew into something more meaningful. As a young man working to establish a career and determine my direction in life, I found Sergio a mentor who was willing to invest his time, energy, and attention into helping me succeed. Throughout our friendship, Sergio has consistently encouraged me to think critically, set ambitious goals, and hold myself to a higher standard. He has challenged me when I need to be challenged and supported me when I faced uncertainty. Many people are willing to offer advice, but far fewer are willing to genuinely invest themselves in another person's growth. Sergio has done exactly that. One quality that stands out about Sergio is that he genuinely believes people are capable of more than they realize. He does not encourage mediocrity. He expects effort, accountability, and personal responsibility, but those expectations come from a sincere desire to see people reach their potential. I have personally benefited from that mindset. While I cannot speak to the specific matters before the board, I can speak to the character of the man that I know. Sergio is one of the most intelligent, disciplined, and purpose-driven individuals I have met. He is deeply committed to helping others grow and has demonstrated that commitment consistently throughout our friendship. As a recent college graduate entering adulthood, I am grateful for the guidance, mentorship, and example he has provided. I respectfully ask that the board consider not only the allegations before it, but also the positive impact that he has had on the lives of those around him. Thank you for your time and consideration.
This next community comment was received in Spanish and was translated in English to be read out loud. To the members of the governing board, my name is Adriana Quintero. I lead a group focused on art, plant medicine, and cultural events. Having friends who make others feel safe and who help protect and foster a family-friendly environment is truly invaluable. There are exceptional people who dedicate themselves to their community with pure intentions, responsibility, and compassion, and Sergio Gouveia is absolutely one of them. I am deeply grateful to have had such an incredible friend and collaborator over the past several years, from welcoming new members with open arms to helping ensure that our events are safe and filled with joy for families and children. His volunteer support means the world to me and to our group. I am truly grateful that he always brings consistency and kindness. Sincerely, Adriana Quintero Castro.
This next comment is from Jamie Olea. Good evening, governing board members. My name is Jamie Olea, and I am the parent of Vanellope Olea, who is a student in Mr. Sergio Gouvea's classroom in the 2025-2026 school year. I wanted to speak tonight because I think it's important that you hear from parents whose children had a positive experience in Mr. Gouvea's classroom. While Vanellope was in his class, she felt supported, engaged, and excited about school. She frequently came home talking positively about her classroom experience. Mr. Gouveia maintained clear expectations for behavior, encouraged students to respect one another, and created a structured learning environment where my daughter felt comfortable and successful. What stood out to me was what happened after he was removed from the classroom. My daughter's experience changed significantly. She began reporting that she was being bullied and picked on by other students and frequently told me she no longer felt comfortable in her classroom. She repeatedly asked for her old class back and often spoke about missing the environment she had under Mr. Gouveia. As a parent, I raised concerns with school administrators because I was worried about what I was seeing. The contrast between her experience before and after his removal was substantial. I can only speak to my own experience, but my experience was that Mr. Gouveia provided structure, accountability, and a positive learning environment that benefited my daughter. The challenges she faced afterward only reinforced my appreciation for the work he had done as a teacher. I respectfully ask the board to consider the positive impact he had on students like my daughter when making your decision. Thank you for your time.
The next community comment is from Marisol Moreno. Good evening, governing board members. My name is Marisol Moreno, and I am the mother of Sergio Moreno, who was a student in Mr. Sergio Gouvea's fourth grade class this past school year, 2025-2026, and Serenity Moreno, who attended Capital Elementary as a seventh grade student. I am here tonight because I want to share my family's experience with Mr. Gouveia and Capital Elementary. During the school year, my son Sergio genuinely enjoyed being in Mr. Gouvea's classroom. He came home excited to talk about what he was learning, completed his homework consistently when it was assigned to him, and took pride in doing well in school. He respected Mr. Gouveia, appreciated the balance of freedom and accountability in the classroom, and frequently talked about him at home. One moment that stands out to me happened while Mr. Gouveia was on administrative leave. We unexpectedly saw him at the library, and my son immediately became excited and wanted to go talk to him. As a parent, that reaction told me a lot about the positive relationship he had built with his teacher and how much he was being missed not only by my son, but by other students as well. My son and his friends would constantly talk on the phone after school, and all they would talk about is having their old classroom back. It hurt me as a parent because I believe in communication, and by not informing the students or us parents that their teacher isn't going to be coming back for the rest of the school year, to me seems unacceptable. Yeah, you might think, well, they're fourth graders, very smart fourth graders at that. Thank you very much. After Mr. Gouveia was removed from the classroom, I noticed a significant change. My son stopped coming home with the same enthusiasm for learning, showing less interest in schoolwork, and seemed less engaged overall. He also did not like the fact that his class had to be split in two. My perspective is also influenced by my experience with my daughter Serenity. While dealing with serious bullying concerns involving her, I often felt frustrated by the lack of resolution, despite repeated reports and documentation, which didn't seem to matter much. Ultimately, I removed both my children from Capital before the end of the school year. Against that backdrop, my experience with Mr. Gouveia.
The next comment is from Jane Godet. Hey all, here is my public statement on Sergio Gouveia. From my experience knowing Sergio Gouveia, I met Sergio while working at a microbrewery in downtown Phoenix. It wasn't a rowdy place. It was the kind of place where staff and regular customers genuinely created a genuine sense of community. People came just to spend time together, talk, and enjoy each other's company. For many of us, it was a place of comfort and connection. Throughout the time I've known Sergio, I have always felt safe around him. Working downtown, there were occasions when people were passing by and it could be disruptive, and I often got the sense that Sergio felt a responsibility to look out for those around him. As someone who worked in an environment where most of the staff were women, I appreciated that. Sergio is also someone who listens. He makes people feel heard and is capable of having thoughtful, honest conversations. I am 38 years old and have spent most of my life working in restaurants and bars. One thing that experience has taught me is that the more you listen to people, the more you learn about who they are. Through many conversations over the years, I have found Sergio to be someone who values learning, growth, and meaningful discussion. He approaches people with curiosity and respect, and he genuinely wants to continue growing throughout his life. I have known Sergio for approximately 3.5 years, and during that time, I have consistently seen him treat people with respect. He listens carefully, maintains eye contact, and responds thoughtfully. I also saw this firsthand when he volunteered during a particularly busy event in the tap room. He arrived on time, brought a positive attitude, and was willing to do whatever was needed to help. Whenever Sergio spoke about his work, he did so with enthusiasm and genuine care for the students he taught. He has many interests and experiences that he enjoys sharing with others, and he values learning from the people around him as well. I am grateful to have met Sergio and intend to continue our friendship. In my experience, he is a good man who treats others with respect, values personal growth, and seeks to contribute positively to the lives of those around him. Best regards.
This next community comments from Brittany Hernandez. To whom it concern, I am writing to share my experience with Sergio Govea as both my son Fabian's teacher and coach. Like many children, Fabian faced significant educational challenges because of the COVID years. His first year of school was disrupted, and much of his second year was spent learning online. As a result, he entered Mr. Govea's classroom academically behind and in need of additional support, patience, and encouragement. Throughout Fabian's time in his class, Mr. Govea consistently demonstrated those qualities. He took the time to help Fabian understand difficult concepts, encouraged him when he struggled, and maintained a structured classroom environment that helped him stay engaged and motivated. I see meaningful growth in my son's confidence and academic performance during that time. As a single mother, I also appreciated the positive male role model Mr. Govea provided. He held students accountable while also showing them respect and support. That balance of discipline, encouragement, and high expectations had a positive influence on my son, both inside and outside the classroom. Mr. Govea's impact extended beyond academics. He also coached district sports, and my family followed him from Hurd Elementary to Capital Elementary because of the trust and confidence we had in him. Whether he is teaching in the classroom or coaching on the field, he demonstrated the same dedication, patience, and commitment to helping students succeed. Through athletics, Fabian gained confidence, learned teamwork, and developed important life skills. Mr. Govea's ability to connect with students in multiple settings allowed him to make a lasting positive impact on my son's development. Fabian genuinely enjoyed being Mr. Govea's class and participating in his athletic programs. As a parent, I am grateful for the guidance, support, and encouragement he provided. My experience with Mr. Govea has been overwhelmingly positive, and I believe he made a meaningful difference in my son's life. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Brittany Hernandez.
This next comment is from Sean Donnelly. Good evening to whomever this may concern. My name is Sean Donnelly, a father with a child nearly old enough to be registered in the district. He's 3.5, and I also happen to be involved with the Knights of Columbus at St. Mary's Basilica, which is where I heard the troubling information that has led me to write to all of you. As a parent, I want teachers in our school who are stable, morally grounded, and willing to stand on principle. As we have witnessed too many little things slip by the past 20 or so years, and enough is enough. Politics should not be the only way you get to keep a career in education, especially when the politics are nothing short of expletive, insane, as they are in 2026, and not just in education either. I want educators who have enough passion to challenge students, not just to play the politics of survival that's unfortunately become prevalent as it has problematic across many industries, including education. While I am unaware of all the details, here's what I can tell you about a man named Sergio Govea. Sergio showed up in a great amount of distress for a men's group at St. Mary's. From there, his repeated presence at these events led to him being recruited to the Knights of Columbus. Mr. Govea's knighthood offers no less than 12 hours a month to delivering groceries and other pantry items throughout the Society of St. Vincent de Paul of St. Mary's, which provides something close to 800 people groceries every month right in downtown Phoenix, along with giving 6 hours a month to the Andre House of Hospitality, where he joins me for about 2 shifts a month, and we serve dinner to no less than 500 people per shift. But aside from the time he freely gives to those in need, he is also a war veteran, but not like most war veterans, as he fought for a foreign army who just so happened to rescue American lives once upon a time in a mission Mr. Govea served, a role critical to the mission itself. This man is here in America chasing the American dream, and decisions on this council, board, management, etc., may threaten that.
Next committee comments from Josie Mariscal. Good evening, governing board members. My name is Josie Mariscal, and I know Sergio Govea through the community at Kawana and Lucana Kava Bar. Over the time I have known Sergio, I have consistently seen him demonstrate integrity, responsibility, and a genuine desire to help other people grow and succeed. He is someone who holds strong convictions and is willing to have difficult conversations when he believes something is important. While some people may see that as being demanding, I have always seen it come from a place of caring and accountability. What stands out most to me is the way Sergio interacts with children. My daughter Penelope is 5 years old. Sergio has never been her teacher, yet he has always taken time to engage with her whenever we are together. He plays games with her, talks with her, listens to her stories, and treats her with kindness and respect. He never acts as though she is an inconvenience, makes her feel seen and valued. As a parent, those interactions matter. They have shown me that Sergio genuinely enjoys working with young people and takes an interest in their development, even when there is no obligation for him to do so. The person I have come to know is not someone who seeks to tear children down. He is someone who believes children are capable of more than they realize and who wants to help them reach that potential. He is thoughtful, dependable, and deeply invested in the success of others. I understand that the board has tough decisions to make. I can only speak to my own experiences, and based on those experiences, I know Sergio to be a person of strong character who consistently demonstrates care, respect, and concern for the well-being of young people. Thank you for your time and consideration, Josefina Mariscal.
This next comment is from Tina Aguayo. Good evening, governing board members. My name is Tina Aguayo. I am the mother of Briella Aguayo and the aunt of Jaya Alde. My sister and I had children in Mr. Govea's classroom for 2 consecutive school years. When I first met Mr. Govea, I expressed to him that Briella had struggled with bullying and confidence issues. I was worried about how she would fit in and whether she would be protected as long as it takes time to build that trust. His response was simple, quote, "Not on my watch," end quote. What impressed me was that he didn't just say it, he meant it. Briella felt safe in his classroom and gained a confidence I had never seen in her before. She became sure of herself, engaged more in school, and more willing to stand up for herself. As a parent, I saw real growth. The following year, my niece Gia was in Mr. Govea's classroom. Once again, I saw the same consistency, structure, and care for his students. That was especially important after the closure of Hurd Elementary, when many students were dealing with uncertainty and difficult transitions. Over 2 years, I saw a teacher who challenged students to think, participate, and find their voices. He expected accountability, but he also invested in his students and built relationships with them and genuinely cared about their safety. I can only speak for my family and our experience, and it was nothing but positive. The teacher I saw over those 2 years was not only someone who would ever harm a child. He was someone who helped them grow into the amazing humans they are today. Thank you for your time.
Next community comments from Anna Lauder. Good evening, my name is Anna Lauder. I'm a parent of 2 children in Phoenix Elementary School District, and I am asking this board to end its relationship with the student outcomes focused governance. I believe that this board cares about the students in this community, as well as protecting democracy. If you didn't, you wouldn't be serving. After watching the board and district operate over the past 5 years, it has become more clear to me than ever that SOFG causes more harm than good. SOFG is a trademark third-party governance product created by A.J. Krebel of the Council of Great City Schools that has been adopted by dozens of districts across the country and is now generating serious documented backlash in almost all of them. In Seattle, SOFG directed board members to step back from financial oversight, allowing district administrators to spend up to $1 million without any public board discussion. While the district faced a $1 million budget deficit, parents and board members in Seattle, San Francisco, Atlanta, and St. Paul have all raised the same concerns that SOFG narrows board focus to standardized test scores while treating school safety, class sizes, staffing, transportation, and community engagement as outside the board's lane. A St. Paul board member who attended SOFG training put it plainly, school safety isn't a student outcome. Culturally welcoming schools aren't a student outcome. Small class sizes aren't a student outcome. So many things that our community will ask us for are not considered student outcomes. He called the model inflexible, harmful, and anti-democratic. This board was elected to represent this community, all of it, not just the parts that show up on the standardized tests. SOFG is a product that narrows your mandate, limits your accountability to constituents, and requires ongoing investments in outside coaching with no proven record of improving students' outcomes. Our kids deserve a board that is fully present, fully accountable, and fully responsive to this community.
This next comment is from Dr. Rachel White. To whom may it concern, my name is Rachel White, and I'm an Associate Professor of Educational Leadership and Policy at the University of Texas at Austin. I'm also formerly local elected school board member and the director of the Superintendent Lab. Broadly, my scholarship focuses on school district governance with a focus on superintendents and superintendent school board relations. Today, I wanted to share a few comments related to students' outcome-focused governance, which I understand is before the board today. I am submitting these to be read into the record at the June 25th meeting. I share my comments because here in Texas, hundreds of districts have either been forced by the state or voluntarily adopted our statewide iteration of SOFG, locally known as Lone Star Governance. For context, every component of SOFG is part of LSG. As a public scholar who aims to conduct research that is timely and relevant to current issues in school governance, I recently worked with a team to conduct a quasi-experimental study to examine whether or not SOFG achieves what it purports to do, improve student outcomes. From our research, which employs one of the highest gold standard quasi-experimental designs known as propensity score matching, we find no evidence that Texas's version of SOFG, adopted by more than 140 districts since 2016, improves student outcomes. Districts that adopted Texas's version of SOFG compared to their same achieving peer districts were significantly more likely to decline in student outcomes and at a faster rate over time. Moreover, the adoption of Texas's SOFG was concentrated in districts serving the highest shares of students of color and economically disadvantaged students. Beyond the quantitative evidence, we conducted interviews with school board members who shared that they felt the model narrowed the board's focus largely to test-based goals, reduced the authority of individual members over matters not deemed outcomes, and tended to shift critical decisions such as conversations.
The next community comments from Marivelle Danielson. To the Phoenix number 1 Elementary School District Board members, I write to you as a parent of a child in this district to express serious concerns about the ways student outcomes focused governance, SOFG, may potentially be hindering the board's and our district's ability to assess pressing issues among schools, students, staff, and educators, as well as efficiently addressing problems and improve conditions for all. While I understand the importance of assessing school success through standardized testing, I urge the board to remember that these numbers are just one point in the rich network of data that we have at our disposal to consider ongoing changes to policy and practice within the district. Excessive or exclusive emphasis on testing results threatens to add heightened stress throughout the classrooms. At the student level, I have repeatedly heard my child express anxiety about upcoming testing days and the importance of concentrated focus and doing well. On other days, my child's activities and access to general education classrooms have been restricted due to lengthy testing periods. While we always want our children to strive to do their best, when they begin to see the way their performance at school is tied to less to their love of learning or their passion for a particular subject, and more to the tangible resources their classroom teacher or school might have to access to, this pressure becomes unhealthy. At all levels, schools should aim to focus on cultivating a love of discovery, learning, and curiosity. These are invaluable measures that will never be recognized in a system like SOFG that focuses on hyper-specific testing outcomes and runs the risk of losing the greater vision of education as an endeavor of love and care. We need systems of governance and oversight that prioritize the well-being of students, staff, and educators. We need in-school opportunities to play, explore.
The next comment is from Paul Booth. Dear Phoenix Elementary School District Governing Board members, I am writing to respectfully request that the board discontinue the implementation of student outcomes-focused governance, decline to renew the superintendent's contract, and decline to privatize the privatization of special education and avoid the potential of another wrongful termination lawsuit. My concerns center on the significant issues, transparency, enrollment trends, student achievement outcomes, and the future of special education services within our district. The district is facing a projected loss of more than 900 students over a 2-year period, which raises serious questions about community confidence in district leadership. At the same time, substantial inequities in academic achievement persist among student groups, indicating that current governance and leadership strategies have not promoted equitable outcomes for all students. Equally concerning is a lack of transparency surrounding major district decisions. Family, staff, and community stakeholders deserve clear communication, meaningful engagement, and accountability regarding initiatives that directly affect students and schools. I am also deeply concerned by any efforts to outsource or privatize special education programs and services. Students with disabilities deserve high-quality services provided directly by the districts whenever possible. If district leadership is unable to adequately recruit, support, and retain the personnel necessary to staff these programs, the solution should not be to privatize essential educational services. Rather, leadership should be held accountable for addressing those staffing challenges. If current leadership is unable to effectively manage and staff special education programs, the board should seek leadership capable of ensuring these critical services remain adequately staffed, supported, and accountable to the community. Additionally, the district evaluates employee discipline or potential termination decisions. I urge the board to apply standards consistently and fairly. Please consider whether the deficiencies in the district's visa onboarding and support processes may have contributed to the challenges experienced.
This next community comments from Denia Uriarte. Hello, governing board members. I'm writing as a community member to share my support for keeping the student outcomes focused governance SOFG framework in place. I've seen how having clear goals and guardrails helps our schools stay focused on what matters most, students' learning and success. When the district sets clear goals, families know what to expect and can see how progress is being made. It builds trust and helps everyone, students, teachers, and parents, work together towards the same outcomes. Please continue using the SOFG framework so our district can stay consistent and focused on helping every student thrive. Thank you for all you do for our schools and community. Best, Denia Uriarte.
This next comment is from Dr. Curie Sampson. My name is Dr. Curie Sampson. I'm an associate professor at Arizona State University. I've researched school board governance for more than a decade. I'm also the parent of 2 school-age children who attended 2 schools in 2 districts that implemented student outcomes-focused governance. While I'm speaking solely on my behalf and not on behalf of Arizona State University, I hope you'll consider my comments as someone who has studied this governance model professionally and observed its implementation as a parent. Like you, I want every student to succeed. My concern is not with improving student outcomes. My concern is with adopting a governance model that narrows the role of an elected school board and ultimately undermines the very democratic values public education is meant to serve. Student outcomes-focused governance encourages boards to concentrate almost exclusively on a small set of measurable outcomes and to limit policy development and board deliberation. But school boards are not corporate boards. They are democratic institutions charged with representing their communities, weighing competing public values, and making decisions transparently. A governance model that discourages broad deliberation and reduces governance to monitoring a handful of metrics diminishes meaningful public oversight. Its emphasis on measurable student outcomes also risks repeating mistakes from the No Child Left Behind era. We learned that when accountability becomes centered on standardized test scores, schools often narrow the curriculum to teach to the test. This often means less attention to the many aspects of education that matter but are harder to measure, including civic learning, the arts, student well-being, and critical thinking. I saw this happen in my child's classrooms. Finally, although student outcomes-focused governance is often presented as advancing equity, equity cannot be reduced to a test score data. True educational equity also requires meaningful community voice, attention to opportunity gaps, adequate resources, and responsiveness to the unique needs of students and families. A governance systems
This next community comments from Dr. Ashley Hodge. Good evening, President Ovalle, members of the board, superintendent, and community. My name is Dr. Ashley Hodge, and I serve as president of the Roosevelt School District Governing Board. I've been able to attend tonight's meeting in person, but I appreciate the opportunity to submit this written comment in support of student outcomes-focused governance. I respectfully urge the board to continue its commitment to SOFG. Strong governance is not a partisan issue. Across political beliefs, personal backgrounds, and lived experiences, board members can agree that students must be the priority. Student outcomes-focused governance gives boards a structure to keep that commitment at the center of the work. SOFG is not just a framework, it is a discipline that helps board remain clear, focused, and accountable. It supports the board in understanding its role, using meeting time effectively, and centering decisions around student learning and achievement. In Roosevelt, SOFG has helped our board strengthen its governance practices. It has given us a shared structure for setting goals, monitoring progress, and asking better questions about student learning. It has also helped us stay focused on the difference between governance and management, which is essential for a healthy district. SOFG does not limit a board's voice. It strengthens it by helping board members use their voice in ways that are aligned, strategic, and connected to evidence. I understand that implementation can be challenging. Any meaningful governance shifts requires time, practice, and commitment. There may be parts of the process that need to be adjusted or clarified, but I would encourage the board not to abandon a framework designed to keep students at the center. Our students deserve a board that is focused, disciplined, and committed to creating the conditions necessary to improve student achievement. I urge the board to continue student outcomes, focused governance, and to recommit to the structure, focus, and student-centered discipline it provides. Thank you.
This next comment is from Dr. Alicia Vink. Hello, my name is Alicia Vink. I write to you as a former elected Phoenix L board member, classroom teacher, ASU instructor, and public school parent. I am deeply familiar with this board, this district, and this community. I was elected during COVID school closures and came across SOFG as education and was desperately trying to recover. SOFG sounds good, but it destroyed our board and has shown itself to be just another program that will keep boards and leaders distracted to, quote, change behavior, find a lane, stay in a lane, etc., end quote. While SOFG's organizers benefit from profit and power and our kids continue to struggle. I am proud of this new board for putting this on the agenda, as despite many requests by myself and former board member Carrillo, also a teacher, the SOFG model prevented this conversation from happening for years. You have to ask yourself, if SOFG is good for education, why would the concerns of the only teachers on the board have been purposefully ignored? If you as a board member want to be heard and to have our staff and community who are losing their schools under this model heard, cancel the SOFG contract tonight.
This next community comment is from Diana Cruz. Dear members of the governing board, my name is Diana Cruz and I'm a community member. I respectfully urge you to vote to keep the student outcomes focused governance SOFG framework in place at Phoenix Elementary School District. Every child deserves access to a quality education that helps them reach their full potential. Investing in students is an investment in our collective future. Today's students become tomorrow's doctors, teachers, scientists, researchers, innovators, and community leaders. They also become the people who learn to work together, support one another, and strengthen our communities. The SOFG framework helps keep the district focused on student success through the clear goals, accountability, and ongoing progress monitoring. It ensures that decisions remain centered on student outcomes and educational equity. When we fail to center the needs of public school students, we limit opportunities not only for individual children, but for our communities as a whole. Maintaining this framework demonstrates a continued commitment to helping every student succeed and contribute to their talents to the world. Thank you for your service to Phoenix Elementary students, families, and staff, and for considering this request. Sincerely, Diana Cruz.
This next comment is from Araceli Lopez. Good afternoon, governing board members. I'm writing as a community member to share my support for keeping the student outcomes focused governance SOFG framework in place. I've seen how having clear goals and guardrails helps our schools stay focused on what matters most, student learning and success. This model truly focuses on student outcomes, ensuring equity and maintaining accountability. When the district sets clear goals, families know what to expect and can see how progress is being made. It builds trust and helps everyone, students, teachers, and parents work together toward the same outcomes. I respectfully encourage you to please continue using the SOFG framework so our district can stay consistent and focused on helping every student thrive. Thank you for all you do for our students and community.
This next community comments from Violeta Ramos. Dear members of the Phoenix Elementary School District Governing Board, my name is Violeta Ramos. I am writing to you today as both an alumni of the Phoenix Elementary School District and as the president of the Osborne School District Governing Board. I am writing in strong support of continuing the Student Outcomes Focused Governance SOFG framework. This framework is exceptional precisely because it creates accountability at every single level, from the classroom to the boardroom. As board members, our role is clear. We must remain focused on student outcomes. This is why we were elected, and that is the standard by which our work should be measured. I am deeply disappointed that the board would consider removing the framework that is clearly working. Abandoning SOFG would be a step backward for students, families, and the community this district serves. I urge the board to recommit to this framework and to the students who depend on your leadership. Respectfully, Violeta Ramos.
This next comment is from Diana Lee Guzman. To the Phoenix Elementary School District Governing Board, I hope this email finds you well. I'm writing to express my support for the district's continued use of Student Outcomes Focused Governance SOFG framework to ensure the district's goals are met. I believe this framework matters deeply for the students, families, educators, and community members served by the Phoenix Elementary School District. As a community member, public education advocate, and product of public schools myself, I believe the intentional use of public resources to improve student outcomes is imperative. My 15-plus years in public education, beginning at Isaac School District and continuing through Phoenix Union High School District, laid the foundation for my success in college and ultimately for my career in engineering. That career changed my life. As an engineer, one of the most important lessons I have learned is the value of measurement, defining what success looks like for a product or organization, and then deliberately measuring progress against those criteria. It is very important. It is this very approach that allows for a trillion dollar industry to thrive through clear goals, team alignment, and consistent measurement toward them. I believe the same approach can drive meaningful success for our students and communities. My name is Diana Guzman. I reside at Redacted, and I wholeheartedly support the continued use of the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Framework. Thank you for your time, service, and dedication to the Phoenix Elementary School District community.
The next community comments from Megan Frankiewicz. May I please request that the following is read during tonight's meeting and also forwarded to each board member in case of time constraints. Thank you and appreciate the opportunity to weigh in as a community member. Dear Phoenix Elementary Governing Board, Superintendent, and Community, my name is Dr. Megan Frankiewicz, and I am currently in my 4th year as a governing board member in the neighboring Roosevelt Elementary School District. Nearly 3 years ago, following your district's leadership, we adopted student outcomes focused governance. We remain proud of this commitment to our families, joining some of the largest and most complex districts in the country in this approach. While it is fair for individuals to express preferences regarding classroom instruction or governance models, we must not experiment when it comes to the well-being and future of our students. Just as we utilize the science of reading in our classrooms, we must follow the science of governance in our boardrooms. Research on board governance is clear. In districts where board prioritize discussing student outcomes, those outcomes improve. Boards that model trust, clear role definitions, and continuous improvement see these benefits reflected in their schools. Moving away from the student outcome focused governance is not merely a strategic shift. It is a rebuttal of the promise we made to the students of Phoenix that their outcomes come first. No form of governance is without challenges. However, collaboration to overcome these hurdles is the responsibility of a great board. Student outcomes do not change until adult behaviors change. The work of moving the district forward requires the board to focus on how to improve these outcomes rather than debating whether to prioritize them. We should not blame the model for behaviors that adults may be unwillingly to change. I urge you to maintain our collective commitment to improving student outcomes and to work together to face our shared challenges. Sincerely, Dr. Megan Frankiewicz.
This next comment is from Jonathan Aviles. Dear board members of the governing board, my name is Jonathan Aviles, and I'm writing to respectfully ask for your support in preserving the Student Outcomes Focused Governance SOFG framework within Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1. Over the course of my career in the district, I had the privilege of serving as a teacher at Bethune Elementary School, an administrator at Emerson Elementary School, and most recently as a former principal of Garfield Elementary School. These experiences gave me the unique perspective on how governance directly influences the success of our schools. Without question, the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Framework has been one of the most impactful approaches I have experienced because it consistently places student achievement at the center of every decision. As a former principal of Garfield Elementary, this framework provided the focus and accountability needed to align our school improvement efforts around measurable literacy goals. Through intentional instructional leadership, data-driven decision-making, and a shared commitment to student success, our school increased English language arts proficiency from 17% to 23% and mathematics proficiency from 15% to 20% over a 2-year period. Those gains did not happen by chance. They were the result of maintaining a clear focus on student outcomes and ensuring that every conversation, every initiative, and every resource supported that mission. The SOFG framework also strengthened transparency and accountability between the governing board, district leadership, and school leaders. It encouraged meaningful discussions centered on evidence, student progress, and continuous improvement rather than shifting priorities. Our students deserve a governance model that prioritizes their academic growth above all else. The Student Outcomes Focused Governance Framework provides that structure. I hope you will continue to champion this work by voting to keep the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Framework in place. I have witnessed this impact from multiple roles within the district, and I firmly believe it has helped create stronger schools, stronger leadership, and better outcomes for students. Thank you for your leadership, your service, and your continued commitment to this children.
The next community comments from Dr. Delfina Joyce Avila. Dear members of the governing board, I am writing to respectfully encourage you to vote to maintain the Student Outcomes Focused Governance SOFG framework at Phoenix Elementary School District. This framework has helped anchor district leadership and the board governance around its important priority, improving student outcomes. By sustaining a clear focus on goals, accountability, progress monitoring, and equitable access to opportunity, SOFG has strengthened alignment between the governing board, district leadership, and the needs of students and families. At a time when many districts across the country are working to recover academically and rebuild trust within their communities, Phoenix Elementary has benefited from a governance structure that keeps student success and continuous improvement at the center of decision-making. The SOFG framework has provided important clarity around roles and responsibility while ensuring that decisions remain grounded in measurable outcomes for students. Importantly, this framework reflects a long-term commitment to equity and achievement for all students, particularly those who have historically been underserved. Continuing this approach signals stability, accountability, and an ongoing focus on academic progress, rather than shifting priorities or losing momentum. While no framework is without areas for refinement, the progress made under SOFG demonstrates that it is worth continuing and strengthening rather than discontinuing. Sustained implementation is essential for meaningful system-level improvement, and changing course at this stage risks disrupting the positive momentum already underway. I appreciate your service to the students, families, and staff of Phoenix Elementary School District, and I respectfully urge you to vote to maintain the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Framework. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration. Sincerely, Dr. Delfina Joyce Avila.
This next comment is from Eddie James. Hello, governing board members. I'm writing as a parent and community member to share my support for keeping Student Outcomes Focused Governance Framework in place. I've seen how having clear goals and guardrails help keep our schools focused on what matters most, student learning and success. When the district sets clear goals, families know what to expect and can see how progress is being made. It builds trust and helps everyone, students, teachers, and parents work together toward the same outcomes. Please continue using the SOFG framework so our district can stay consistent and focused on helping every student thrive. Thank you for all you do for our schools and community.
The next community comments from Wilmarie Maldonado Castro. Hello, governing board members. I'm writing as a parent, certified K-8 teacher, and community member to share my support for keeping the Student Outcomes Focused Governance SOFG framework in place. I've seen how having clear goals and guardrails helps our schools stay focused on what matters most, student learning and success. When the district sets clear goals, families know what to expect and can see how progress is being made. It builds trust and helps everyone, student, teachers, and parents work together towards the same outcome. Please continue using the SOFG framework so our district can stay consistent and focused on helping every student thrive. Thank you for all you do for our schools and communities. Best, Will Marie Maldonado Castro.
This next comment is from Nicole Marquez. Good evening, President of IA, Superintendent Gonzalez, and members of the board. I am a governing board member in your neighboring district, Creighton. As some of you know, we also use the SOFG framework. I'm here tonight to urge your board to maintain its commitment to student outcomes-focused governance, at least for the time being. Over the last few years, your district leadership and staff have poured much time, energy, and resources into building and implementing this framework, and you have seen real measurable progress toward goals you set for your students. Some members of this board have expressed reservations about SOFG. If you have concerns, tonight's discussion is exactly the right place to bring them to light. But as you debate, I ask you to look at the progress already been made and honestly answer a few critical questions, so please take note. If you vote to replace SOFG, what specific governance framework will take its place? How will you track and transparently measure student outcomes moving forward? What methods will you use to ensure you are truly representing the vision and values of your community? Scrapping a system without a clear vetted alternative risks causing major disruptions and instability for your district. Furthermore, with 4 out of 5 board seats up for election this November, making a massive structural pivot right now is incredibly premature. Voting to change tonight risks forcing your teachers, administrators, and students through yet another exhausting round of governance changes when a new board takes office in January. No matter what you decide tonight, improving outcomes for Phoenix Elementary students requires a unified commitment. It takes a clear focus and collective goals that you all work together for. If you choose to transition away from SOFG, please take the time to build a true consensus on a new model, or better yet, defer this decision until a permanent board is voted in. Your students deserve stability, collaboration, and a board that is rowing in the same direction. Thank you for your time and service to our community.
Next community comments from Dr. Brandon Nicole Thompson. Dear President, board members, and members of the Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1 community, I am Dr. Thompson, and I want to express my strong support for retaining Dr. Gonzalez as Superintendent of Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1. Since joining this district as a teacher in 2023, I watched our district make measurable progress in areas that matter most: student achievement, equity, and access to high-quality educational opportunities. Under Dr. Gonzalez's leadership, Phoenix Elementary has remained focused on student-centered outcomes and continuous improvement. Through the use of interim goals, short-term measurable milestones that guide progress towards larger district objectives. District data supports consistent growth in English learner performance, early literacy achievement, and effective instructional practices. What makes this progress especially meaningful is the district's commitment to student-centered learning. Research shows that student-centered environments foster collaboration, self-reflection, personalized learning, and the development of critical skills such as communication, creativity, and adaptability. These are the skills our students need, not only to succeed academically, but also to thrive in an ever-changing world. As a music educator, I have witnessed firsthand the impact of Dr. Gonzalez's support for programs that allow students to create, perform, and connect through music. These experiences build confidence, critical thinking, artistic expression, and a sense of belonging. They help students become active contributors to their schools, communities during and after school. I have also seen the positive impact of student-centered learning with ESS and RISE students who are present in my music classes. These initiatives provide these students with the tailored support they need to develop self-regulation, problem-solving, communication, and goal-setting skills. More importantly, they create learning environments where students feel valued and supported, that they belong, and that they are empowered to succeed. The success seen since 2023 is not the result of chance. It is a result of strategic leadership, a clear vision, and an unwavering commitment to meeting the needs of all students. Dr. Gonzalez and her team foster a culture that values data-informed decision-making, equity, innovation, and student success. As you consider the future of our district, I encourage you to recognize the progress that has been made and the momentum that has been built under Dr. Gonzalez's leadership. Stable leadership matters. Continuity matters. Most importantly, our students deserve leaders who are committed.
Thank you all for reading all those. I know that was a lot. Thank you so much. So that brings us to our in-person comments. We're gonna have Francisco Pastor first, followed by Raquel.
Good afternoon, Phoenix Elementary Governing Board and leadership. My name is Francisco Pastor, and I serve as the current president of the Phoenix Union Governing Board, your partner high school district. But more integral to my identity and personal history, I am a former 8th grade social studies teacher at Garfield Middle School and a proud former student of Lowell Elementary. I'm here today to speak on the importance of maintaining a student outcome-focused governance model. The SOFG model has fostered an era of greater collaboration among our partner districts. Just a few weeks ago, your board was represented by Carmen Trujillo in a convening that brought together leaders from Phoenix Elementary, Roosevelt, Crayon, Phoenix Union, and soon to be participating Osborne. Together, we discussed the academic journey of students from middle school through their freshman year at Phoenix Union and explore ways to better align our efforts to support student success. We also discussed how we can work together on school safety, support students and families impacted by recent immigration protocols, and pool our resources as public education continues to face coordinated attacks across our state and nation. I worry that if you choose tonight to move away from this model, the collaboration we have worked hard to maintain among our districts will not be as strong or nearly as fruitful. The governance model allows boards to operate with a clear purpose, improving student outcomes. That clarity of purpose promotes accountability, fiscal responsibility, and stability for district leadership. It helps ensure that governance decisions remain centered on student achievement rather than political distractions or shifting priorities. And frankly, the fact that this agenda includes both a vote on abandoning the SOFG model and a reevaluation of the superintendent's contract just weeks before educators and students return to campus should give us all a pause, as it indicates a board losing focus. At a moment when districts across Arizona are stretching every resource they have to support students, these actions risk creating uncertainty and instability when focus and discipline are needed most. I close with this. Public education in AZ is facing enormous challenges. Districts are being asked to do more with less, defend the values of public schools, and meet the growing needs of our students and families. This is not the time to retreat from a governance model that has strengthened accountability, sharpened focus, and deepened collaboration among partner districts.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. There, it's on green. I have a pretty loud voice. Good afternoon, Governing Board. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name's Raquel Mamani. I'm a teacher, I'm a reading specialist, I'm a mom, and I'm a public school advocate. And I come to you as really, again, bringing the history back to why, we are here. We are talking about a governance model, but right now, it really is taking us off the focus because what's happening in Arizona is not going to be saved by a governance model. There's not going to be a pill. I can tell you that this crisis is not just what Phoenix Al is facing. We're facing a crisis across the state with school closures and, like you said, doing a lot more with less because we're losing $1 billion with a B to universal ESA vouchers. And so no amount of governance model is going to save you from the $1 billion that's being wasted right now. It's part of a bigger plan. So this is a 50-year plan that's been going on with the defunding. Our schools, our public schools have been defunded for the last 50 years. That's part one. Then it goes to the discrediting. That's what the teachers have been going and the school boards. You school boards, and I thank every single one of you for sitting there because this is a volunteer job and the amount of pressure and harassment that you've had to take is terrible, and it's got you all fighting amongst each other instead of really thinking about the students. It would be great if student outcome focused governance focused on the outcome of student and looked at a whole student, because a standardized test is not going to measure artistic intelligence, creativity, music intelligence. And I was here. I remember I was here when SOFG was used, the data driven, to close down schools not too long ago, where neighbors just right here did not know what was happening with their own schools. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll have Caitlin come up and then Adrian Spies. Caitlin Malott and Adrian Spies, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin Malott. I'm a law professor at ASU, though I'm here in my own capacity and I write on public education and democracy. I started my career as an elementary school teacher and administrator, and I'm also a mom in the district, so I come to this with a lot of investment. In my work, I think carefully about what actually works for students, and I'm here today to tell you the data simply is not there for SOFG, a program I'm intimately familiar with. It's plainly failing this district, and it's time we stop paying for it. I want to be very clear, so I'm not misunderstood. Measuring outcomes and setting goals is not the problem. Test scores and literacy benchmarks matter. Of course they do. A board that ignores that would be derelict in its duties to its community. But the problem is that the model doesn't just prioritize outcomes. It strips the board's authority over everything else, things like school safety, transportation, class size. That's not board business under SOFG. It's off the table. It's rerouted to unelected staff. It's like asking a doctor to only focus on the blood pressure monitor and forbid any question about diet or exercise or pain. None of that is good practice. It's simply bad service. And teaching a student is more than just their test scores. But even if you believe that test scores are what matter here, as you can see in our own district, the research is very clear across the board that a myopic focus on test scores usually fails to do just that, to raise them. And that's because when one number is all that matters, schools narrow the curriculum and they teach the test. The pressure mounts, as you heard lots of the public comment talk about. It treats a symptom, not a cause. And importantly, what you heard in the supporting comments today were things like it centers our focus on outcomes, but no one could show you proof that it works, that it actually does what it says it will do. And districts like ours that have chosen this model have eliminated their finance and curriculum committees that let a board examine a budget. I have 2 minutes. It's not 3 minutes?
Oh, 2 minutes.
I urge the board to continue.
Thank you so much. Adrian Spees.
Evening, Superintendent, staff, and Governing Board. I'm Adrienne Spees, resident of the district and a parent of one child who graduated and one child who's still in district. And I have concerns about student outcomes focused governing. Discontinuing it does not mean discontinuing a commitment towards student outcomes. And I would argue that any increases in academic achievement that we've had as of late are because of strategies implemented in the classroom rather than due to a board governance model. And going away from student outcomes focused government just means broadening our concept of what student outcomes are important. Focus on testable academic achievement is a priority, but that's not everything. We are educating the whole child, and there are many things that test scores cannot measure, including social, emotional well-being and growth. And I believe that studies show that social, emotional intelligence is really key to success in adulthood. It's not just enough to be book smart. You have to be somebody who has grit to continue when things are tough, who can work with other people. And those are things that are not measured with test scores. And if we focus only on test scores and things like that, then we could be getting away from having social workers in the schools or librarians, media clerks, all these things, special art teachers, and those make a whole child. We're not just educating to the test. We should be educating the whole child. So that's why I have concerns about student outcomes focused government. And I also do not like how it sets a preset arbitrary amount of time that ought to be spent on looking at outcomes. You can look at the outcomes with whatever time is necessary, and you should spend your time on whatever is the most priority to the district. And the board should be focusing on policy and major decisions instead of micromanaging almost the academic achievement in the classrooms. Of course, we want that to be a focus, but yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. That brings us to Allison Gulick, followed by Sergio Govia.
Good evening, board members. I'm here acting in my own capacity. Student outcomes focused governments has clearly identified the extreme inequities within its district. What it has not done is allowed the board or communities to make meaningful progress towards solving them. Instead, SOFG has increasingly been used by district administration as a shield against oversight. During the school closure process, parents raised serious concerns about safety and prior teacher and board conduct, as well as conflicts of interest. Parents were told that because of those concerns was not one of the district's stated outcomes, those concerns could not be addressed because of SOFG and we were ignored. I have watched board members reach out to administrators about community concerns only for administration to use SOFG as a reason to not meaningfully respond. That is not student-centered governance. A child cannot learn if they are not safe. I recently raised severe safety concerns involving my own child that would impact other children in my own neighborhood. District administration largely ignored these concerns. In meetings with district leadership, concerns about my child and community have been dismissed or scoffed at. As a neighborhood leader and strong public school advocate, I want to be a meaningful partner in strengthening this district. Instead, community members like myself and my neighbors and former Hurd students are laughed at, called greedy, or told that we deserve what's happening to our children. The district administration rarely engages us unless it wants to help distributing information and identifying contacts. That is not authentic community engagement. At the same time, this district is moving towards further privatization of special education programming. The program under discussion tonight was previously housed at Hurd and then moved to Bethune last year. Families have had enough disruption. This district has lost 22% of its enrollment in the last 2 years following the school closures and that were done to stabilize enrollment. That cannot be explained away by birth rates or socioeconomic patterns. At some point, we must acknowledge that families are responding to a loss of trust in a system that is not meeting their needs. Student outcomes matter, but so does safety, special education, working conditions, community trust, and accountability. The board must be able to investigate concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. This week you received a report from a hearing officer who's had media attention for the past for siding with districts over teachers consistently. Despite concerns about the rushed timeline, my lack of choice in hearing officer, delayed records, ignored objections, I won't dwell on his recommendation because I chose not to call witnesses. I chose to spare parents the ordeal, and I felt you already knew my side from the May 18th session. I also realized my testimony would be a liability because when I cross-examined the superintendent about self-improvement efforts I shared with her in January, her demeanor shifted and she mischaracterized those efforts in a mask slip that was deeply concerning. Weirdly, the audio was lost. Recently, she agreed to be my employer reference for a job search, which resulted in an offer that was rescinded after a reference check. That job could have spared us from discussing me tonight again, but here we are. Tonight's my first board meeting with a full board that appears accountable to stakeholders, and aside from my case, tonight you are addressing the ongoing consequences of the last leadership transition, reconsidering a policy framework that has diminished outcomes and eroded the distribution of power, and reviewing at least one contract. Couple of points. First, during May 18th session, I shared 3 roles I was open to with district council, and I believe only 2, those my visa wouldn't allow, were communicated to you. I ask, were you fully informed? Second, as early as November, HR acknowledged I had been placed in the wrong school. The audio was also lost, but the records remain. The underlying issue this year has been my H-1B renewal. From 10 October to 8 May, I was a liability to district. The response was hang in there, followed by pressure to resign. We need to stop avoiding problems. We need to stop careerism. We need to stop deflecting accountability. One complaint was that I spoke with families while on leave. I stand by this. Families are the stakeholders who trust us with their kids. The old guard doesn't want grassroots organization and the strengthening of the student-parent-teacher dynamic. I didn't intend to be a whistleblower, but if my case has cast leadership's character into sharper relief, then my struggle was worth it. I understand I may be impossible to manage after this, but I have at least one idea for a creative solution. Some people would rather live in refuse than let the world see them work a shovel. But I look around and I see people here who aren't too proud to do the work of healing. It fills me with hope. God bless America.
All right, that concludes our community comments. I just want to take a moment to thank everybody for taking the time out, showing up, emailing, showing up in person to let us know how you feel and what you need. And so I thank you for that. And then that moves us to item D, consent agenda. Do we have any recommendations? Anything that needs to be moved?
Approve items 1 through 11 that constitute the consent.
Awesome. Can I get a second?
This is Carmen. I'll second the motion.
Board Member Trujillo,
Aye.
Board Member Sandoval,
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's,
Yes.
President Ovalle,
Yes. And with that, it passes. So that moves us to action item E1, receive and discuss the fiscal year for 2027 proposed budget. Mr. Whittle, take it away.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gonzalez, my fellow cabinet members. We're here to discuss the fiscal year 27 proposed budget as it is presented in front of you. So before we go into the details of the M&O and the capital budget, which primarily make up the proposed budget, just want to give the board an update on our kind of some key state budget factors. Our base level amount, according to ARS 15-901, is a 2% increase. This was in the Arizona Constitution. It will be set at $5,215.53. Now, the 2% is constitutional. The state could go above it, but they could never go below it. The transportation support limit or support level, our TSL for fiscal year 26 was 485,000. And so our TRCL will remain at the 1.329 million. Our district additional assistance, which is also called our capital or our unrestricted capital outlay. This is the one that has three acronyms, either DAA, UCO, or just plain capital. Whenever we mention that, we're talking about the same fund. This is always prior year funding. So this is based on the 100th day of fiscal year 26. It is $549.45 per ADM. And our prior year ADM was unweighted ADM as of fiscal year 26 was 4,015.6506 students. Our classroom site fund, this is a fund that is directly measured by the success of Arizona in general. The better the tax revenue is doing for the state, the better this fund is. When the state is in a recession, this fund will go down. When the state is doing very well, this fund will go up. So this does fluctuate. This year in fiscal year 26, it was $872 per year. For fiscal year 27, that increased to $883 per Group A weighted ADM. And that's about 4,660 students. So we did see the state of Arizona is on an incline. We have to be very careful with this fund because it does go up and down. It is a roller coaster. So that's us watching what the state of Arizona is doing. The AEL has been overridden for fiscal year 27. The AEL is the aggregate expenditure limit. Again, this was a formula created in the Constitution back in the 1980s that allowed districts to spend to a certain amount. This was overridden through Governor Hobbs in fiscal year 26. And she overrid it for 2 years, which was 26 and 27. Next year, we're not sure. We're probably going to come back to this as district expenditures are rising throughout the state. So, but that is something that is overridden for next year. So as we get into the M&O proposed budget, you'll see a column there. That's our proposed. And what I like to do for our board members and for our cabinet and also our community is put us side by side as we go through the year. So then we're able to see where were we on our proposed, where were we on our adopted, and then also our revised throughout the year. So you'll see each time we come back to the governing board, a different column. Our weighted ADM that we're projecting is 5,529 students. As you heard in public comments, we're seeing about a 900 student decrease over the last 2 years. In this from 26 to 27, we're seeing about an 18% decline in our student enrollment. These are all projections. We haven't started the school year yet. So this is what our data is projecting. But I do want to mention to the board and to the community over that 18% decline that we're seeing, we're seeing a 18% decline in enrollment. But when you look at the proposed budget and the details, we're seeing an aggregate 3% decline in classroom spending. So yes, are we losing students? Yes, but we're not spending less in the classroom. It's not jiving, right? 18% decline in enrollments might see an 18% in the classroom. We're not doing that. We're seeing the declines in our support services. So I want to bring that to the board is we are keeping the money in the classroom. Our base level amount, as we just heard on the previous slide, $5,215. So that brings our base level control limit to 28.8 million. Our TRCL, as we saw, 1.3 million. Our audit services, so because the state requires every single district to perform a financial audit, the state gives us our money back through the budget documents. And this is our $42,000 is what it costs us to have our financials audited. That brings our revenue control limit to almost $2 million. Now, the RCL, or the revenue control limit, is very important because this is what our M&O override is based off of. So you'll see all those numbers, the base level control limit, the TRCL, those add up to our revenue control limit. We do have a 15% override. There is some other formulas in the override amount that accounts for this, but that's where that's why the RCL is very important. If we have a 10%, it would be off of that 30.2, almost 2 million. Our budget balance carry forward, we're projecting about $1 million. Now, again, this is a guesstimate as we're nearing the end of the year. This is what, based on our records, we're projecting. We will know this final number when we come to the board in October and present our annual financial report. That's going to show you where did the district actually land as of June 30th on a budget balance carry forward. So once we do present the AFR, I will let the board know what that budget balance carry forward actually was. We do have additional add-ons. That is at $0. Now, keep in mind, the state budget did not get approved until June 13th. So when we're developing this budget, we don't know what we're adding in on those additional add-ins, what the state would approve. Now, on June 13th, the governor did sign the Arizona state budget. It's roughly about $18.2 billion budget, with nearly $9 billion going directly to education. So about 50% of our state budget is going to education. What was added in the additional add-ons was additional DAA, or capital, or UCO, unrestricted capital outlay, and also the FRPL, which is the free and reduced lunch. So as you see, when I created this budget, I had $0 in there. So we are going to add more funding through the revision 1 that we'll do in December. Our desegregation expenditures for fiscal year 26 was $11.1 million. We do get to add that into our budget capacity. And then we go back to our M&O override of about 5.1 million, which is really based on the 15% of the RCL amount, which leaves us with a M&O general budget limit, or you might hear it as a GBL, of 47.8 million. That's our proposed budget that we are presenting to the governing board and also to our taxpayers. Now, the tax from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27 has remained stable with no material increase or material decrease on this one. So overall, from the M&O general budget limit, we're seeing about a 6.2% decrease from fiscal year 26 in our M&O account. Our capital count, this one's a little bit more stable because it is based on prior year ADM. The M&O budget is based on current year ADM. So that's where we get that roller coaster. Each month as students enroll and students withdraw, that's what's drawing the roller coaster up and down. So our DAA is always based on prior year. And we had, as of June, as of the 100th day in fiscal year 26, unweighted ADM is 4,015 students. Base level amount has remained the same at $549.45. We are projecting about a $1.1 million budget balance carry forward. Prior year interest of $0. Again, we are still accounting for that. I did put that as a $0 amount. And we do have a DAA override, capital override of $3 million that does go into our capital budget, and desegregation expenditures of $50,000, which brings our capital budget to $6.3 million for the proposed fiscal year 27 school year. With that, I thank the board and I thank the community for trusting us, and I'll hear for any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Whittle. Does anybody have any questions, comments?
I have a couple, so I'll start. Talking about the 18% and the 3%, okay. The 18% decrease in enrollment, over what time frame is that?
That's over the last 2 years. Over the last 2 years, we're seeing an 18%. And also, if you look in the budgets on page 1 and page 2, you'll see the 11% in the classroom spending. This is on line number 1. You'll see 11.1% in decline on the on column M. It is M8 is the column. So that's the 11% in our expenditures. But if you look at the enrollment, we're going from 6,105 students in fiscal year 26 to 5,525 students. So if you add the last year from 25 to 26 and then 26 going into 27, that's where you get that 18%.
Okay, and can you, you said, but it's only resulting in a 3% decline in classroom spending. So when we lose a student, can you characterize?
Yeah, absolutely. So sorry, I did get ahead of myself on that one. So the 18% is coming from that's enrollment decline. That's 25 going into 26 and then 26 going into 27. The 3% decline in classroom spending, if you look on page 1, like we just mentioned, and you look on instruction line, it is for budget year 27, it's 11.432 million. And right next to it, you'll see a decrease of 11.1%.
Okay, and can you also characterize per student what that roughly looks like as a dollar?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do want to show the negative 11%. And then if you go on page 3, the same column, instruction, it's 5.58 million for budget year 2027. That is a positive 8.4%. So that's where we're getting the aggregate 3%. Yes, we're in the M&O account, we're seeing 11% reduction. And then in the classroom site fund, we're seeing an 8% increase into our staff, into our classroom staff. 11 minus 8 is that's where we're getting the negative 3% in the classroom spending.
And what would be the rough dollar amount attached to a decrease in one student? Do we have that number?
I don't have that number. I can get it
Okay.
for you. Yeah, I
Okay.
can get it for you.
Thank you.
How many kids do we have currently in our district?
From an enrollment standpoint, we're about 4,600 students. From a funding standpoint, we're at the 5,000, unweighted, we're about 4,000 students.
So 4,500 students, does that take into account how many kids we're gonna lose next year?
Yeah, absolutely. So great question. So whenever we're developing the budget, we're looking at what's matriculating to high school. We did have about 500 students matriculating, and our kindergarten we're bringing in to first grade about 400 students. So we're losing about 100 students just in matriculation. 8th graders going to 9th grade, and then kindergartners coming to first. Now it is good to know kindergartners are funded at half. They're funded at 50%. So when we're looking at the data, it's going to show 199 kindergartners in fiscal year 26. Why is it 199? Because that's what we're funded at. So it's half of that. So really the per student is actually 400 kids. And then likewise for our preschool program, where we're not funded for preschool, only through preschool severe disability.
Yeah, I just looked it up last night on the Arizona Department of Education and said we had like less than 4,000 kids. That's why I was curious about that.
Yeah, so there is a difference between enrollment and funding, or ADM, average daily membership. Enrollment is how many kids do we actually have in the school?
Right,
Doesn't mean we're getting funding for them. It
right.
just means that they are attending our schools. ADM, or average daily membership, that's how many students we're getting funding for. So we do have about 4,500 to 4,600 enrollments, but we're getting funding for about 4,000 students.
Okay, thank you.
Let me first begin by paying compliments. Dealing with money and financial records is very incredibly hard. Thank you for what you do. and allowing this to be very simple. My question is that this information is publicly available for anyone to see. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Once the board does approve it, it does go onto the ADE Schools website that we get audited from, and it is posted for the community to see. And we also post it on our district website as well.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Cool. I think we're good. Thank you so much, Mr. Whittle, for that info.
No problem. And one last thing, we will come back at the July 9th board meeting for the final adoption. So we do the proposed and then we'll do the adoption. The adoption's not going to change very much. And at that one, that will be a hearing as well. So the public can come and make comment on that if they wish.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, that moves us to item E2, receive and discuss proposed plan to stabilize and elevate the RISE program.
Good evening, Board President and esteemed members of the board, cabinet, and community members. My name is Alicia Zelvis. I'm the Director of Exceptional Student Services for our district. Tonight, we are going to talk about one of our specialized programs, specifically for students with emotional disabilities. We call our ED program RISE. Let's see if this works for me. I'll come back to the second slide. So I want to start with discussion of our core challenge right now in the program. I've provided some data to you here regarding the last 5 years of challenges with staffing. You can see in the program for students with emotional disabilities, we've had between 80% to currently 100% teacher turnover from year to year. Even in the years where we had lower teacher turnover rates there, still comparatively to the district, it's significant. And in the lower teacher turnover years does not mean that we had direct hires. We have been utilizing staffing agencies, which are temporary teachers placed, our vendor teachers, we call them, to fill positions for our students. It's chronic instability. As you can see, it is disruptive to the therapeutic consistency and academic routine that's essential for our students with disabilities, especially students with emotional disabilities. We need to be able to create consistency and staffing and caring adults for these kids so that from year to year, their expectations are the same, that they're able to build relationships and we're able to carry forth success for them and hopefully at some point exiting the program and becoming successful in a general education classroom. With this year upcoming being 100% teacher turnover rate, we know that we're facing, unfortunately, an operational crisis that threatens our ability to meet our duties and requirements by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. According to these students' IEPs, they are required to be in a special education classroom at this point with their needs. That means we need to provide them with a certified special education teacher, and majority of the students or all of the students in the classroom also have disabilities and are working on behavior and emotional disability related symptoms. I want to share with you just our exhaustive list of efforts in the last 5 years to try to sustain this program. This is a very important program for our students. And so a lot of efforts have been made to try to recruit, retain effective staff. The district and my department, Exceptional Student Services, have aggressively implemented an exhaustive list of retention, attraction, and support strategies. Some of those listed include a $3,000 stipend for certified special education teachers, plus an additional $6,500 hard-to-fill stipend. So the teachers in this program make close to $10,000 more than any other teacher that walks in the door. We've maintained a low 3-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio, or student-to-adult ratio, utilizing external staffing agencies when we need to. Positions do not go unfilled. We work with staffing agencies to place temp trained adults in the room so that we can maintain that ratio regularly for the students and their supervision and support. We have added intensive behavior intervention staff. We've added a dedicated coordinator of behavior intervention to serve as oversight for the program and a leader for the program and administrative type role. We've assigned a veteran teacher to serve as the lead facilitator and point of contact to support the teachers with paperwork and compliance nuances that come along with being a special ed teacher. We've set up biweekly scheduled teacher collaboration times, monthly classroom walkthroughs and meetings with myself and our leads, as well as meeting with the teachers, and monthly program meetings with school leadership to champion inclusive practices and student belonging. And according to professional development, some work that we've done in this area to retain is instituting a 3-year new teacher mentor program, which any new teacher or experienced teacher new to our district, including our temporary vendor staffed teachers, are able to participate in. Higher paying lead instructional assistance roles. So for our support staff, we've created a hierarchy, a way for them to grow within and achieve lead positions and higher pay. We've provided paid training, paid summer training for the system for classroom management they use. That's called Boys Town Specialized Classroom Model. We've provided extra summer pay and work for crisis prevention intervention training. We've also worked toward improving our facility spaces and supports for our students. We've allocated grant funding to build a state-of-the-art $40,000 sensory room, which I believe some of you may have seen when it opened at Heard, has moved with the program to Bethune and also has been continued to be supplemented and advanced. We've provided dedicated funds for individualized behavior intervention program plans for the students, and we provide a fully stocked student reward store for the children, so the teachers also don't have to pay for that out of pocket. We have worked on the programmatic infrastructure by specifying clear entry procedures for incoming. We have a committee that actually works on clear entry procedures for incoming students and successful exit procedures for students transitioning to less restrictive environments, which would mean like going back to a general education classroom. So these are just examples of, not exhaustive of, but many of the opportunities that we've provided in the program to try to retain the staff. But despite deploying every operational lever that's available, with competitive compensation, rigorous training, administrative support, and also upgraded facilities, the local market cannot sustain the staffing needs of this program. The district can no longer rely upon our traditional recruiting to solve a systematic specialized staffing shortage. One thing that Dr. Gonzalez and I have also worked on in this is where we've participated this year in Guppy Mac committee work to address the rising costs of staffing in special education, because this isn't just a district problem, this is a statewide issue. The lack of special education staff availability has caused districts to rely heavily upon staffing agencies to support and fill positions with what would be more considered temporary or at-will staff. Because these agencies need to make a profit or build a profit as well, they do charge us more to staff than if we were to be able to directly hire and retain our own staff. We've worked on this committee this year to try to target strategies for staffing opportunities and moving away from those higher cost vendors. So our proposal here is to work with a partner. This is a vendor, it is an agency that works in our state, but is also a nationally recognized vendor. Special Education Services Incorporated can provide us a solution. Partnering with what we call SESI doesn't mean that we're lowering our standards. It raises them. SESI is accredited by Cognia, which aligns directly with the district's priority for high-quality instructional coherence. They provide a personalized, data-driven, interactive instruction alongside progress monitoring software to deliver actionable data on student performance. As you can see, I have listed here our main challenges that we've identified over the years and where SESI provides a solution. So ultimately, instead of continually managing vacancies and onboarding temporary staff, which we know onboarding in general and staff turnover is very costly and also damaging to our students, the ESS department could then pivot to an oversight role and also to a support role. And this partnership would guarantee that our students with emotional disabilities receive a more world-class, uninterrupted therapeutic care they deserve right here in Phoenix. This would not move students out of the district. This would be able to provide us staffing from one company, continue their participation in public education, but instead of working with multiple vendors, one vendor, not only one vendor, but one vendor that specializes in working with children with emotional disabilities and behaviors. So what we propose is a program called Spark. SESI has multiple pathways, but today we're talking about our students with emotional disabilities. Their Spark pathway provides academic and behavior support to students. As you can see, they have a multitude of district partners that they're already working with nationwide. They have more students with disabilities they're serving, almost triple what our total district enrollment is. They've over 35 years of experience. They have over 145 in-district classrooms that they're already providing support to students that are like our students at Bethune in the RISE program. Now, they do also have private day schools. This is not what we're talking about today. We're talking about bringing in staff, providing a public education in specialized classrooms, very similar to what is already happening, but with a consistent staff that specializes in recruiting and retaining and supporting students in this realm. So when we talk more about the academic alignment, I want to make note that if a student with an emotional disability, which we have students with emotional disabilities in all of our schools that are in regular classrooms as well, but our students with emotional disabilities that are in our RISE program are there because the impact of their disability is not currently allowing them to be fully successful throughout a full day in a general classroom. That means it's impacting their ability to grow in their academic achievement. So if you see here, the data that Spark has provided us, which you can see they've measured a significant amount of students total. There, you can see their percentage of gain in reading, math, and also progress toward their behavior IEP goals is significant. It's proven data there that we could have predictable success with a program like this. We would continue to work and support the SESI program on exiting students from the program. We had exit success this year, and I don't want to at all lessen that opportunity. We had 5 students that exited the program this year, and I want to make sure that we continue that success for our students. as long as they're prepared and ready. That work would continue, and we would also make sure to support CESI in that transition. Don't see the parent. Did I miss the parent input? There's parent feedback on here. But first I want to talk about the cost comparison. So I want to make note that the current RISE operational costs that I have here are solely based on income or salary. Okay, so this is the cost of the people that you see there, not the cost of us, all the outlying costs related to the program, okay? Meaning cost for me to have trainers to come and be certified and regularly work with these individuals, our memberships and things that also support the program. So this is what you see on the top. Our current operational costs is solely to pay for the individuals. The high cost is due to currently the majority of the staff that have been in the program were staffed through staffing agencies. Our proposal with CESI would be all-encompassing cost there, according to the model, to take over the program and provide services to all of the students and operate would be the second line. Because we are in a state where we do not have any certified teachers returning to the program, our other option would be to consider outsourcing our children to private placements. Now, aside from the cost, there are no private placements within our district boundaries. Our current partners for private placement schools that do work with children with emotional disabilities and behavior would be partners that are about 15 to 16 miles in each direction, depending on where the students live. So one of our partners has a location in West Phoenix, one in Paradise Valley, one in Tempe. So what this would also be doing is dividing the students up locationally based on the district and sent to a private program that would still meet their needs, but would definitely be dividing the children up based on location and transport, and also be sending them about, 30 to 45-minute commute each way every day. So when we get to the costs of outsourcing private placement, this is a general and very low prediction of the cost. It's based on the base tuition per kid, not including additional services like counseling, speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, or any other needs that the students have, like additional assistance costs. So this would be upwards of $2 million based on the students we have currently at 35 kids in the program and tuition rates per child. So if we did this, the last option to outsource students to private placement, this would be, as community comments said, this would be privatizing more of our special education programs. Okay, so lastly, I just want to share the parent feedback here with you. These are samples of parents that have provided feedback regarding Sierra School is what some of the programs are called that CESI provides. So these are families throughout UC, the state, that have experienced the Spark program and services through CESI. That is all I have this evening. Thank you.
Any questions, comments, concerns? Yep.
Madam Chair, if I may, I might have missed this. Thank you very much for all the work that went into this. Really appreciate it. The quick question that comes to mind is the operational costs mentioned. I just want to better understand the cost comparison. So do the current RISE operational costs and the cost to outsource to private placements, is that kind of a double cost to the district, or is it either?
No, so these are all three separate options
Separate
that we
options,
had.
okay.
Yeah, so if we continued to operate like we currently did, if I were to reach out to an agency and staff and ask them to staff special education teachers for us again, and we were to continue to use that staffing model, that would be the current costs of the
Got it.
program, including every individual that works in the program.
So this would, in essence, be saving us money and help us kind of focus on,
Slightly,
okay,
it would, yes, be slightly lower in cost. Mhm.
but also be like a better service all in one
Yes,
hub, okay. That-
yes.
that's
The SESI
right.
proposal
Right.
is all encompassing. It provides us with all the direct services for the students, the certified teachers, the instructional assistant staff, behavior support, program leadership as well. And so that is all encompassing of the supports that we be provided for the students.
Okay, so with the trainers and other costs that weren't included in the current RISE costs,
Mhm.
the the SESI proposal would include those?
Yes, they train their own, they come with trained staff. They do their own training within and provide those supports to the staff within.
Perfect, just wanted to clarify my understanding.
Yes,
of what I heard. Thank
they're a
you.
larger national agency, and this is what they do. They work with children with behaviors, so they have a lot of experts on staff that can provide those supports and trainings.
Thank you, and thank you for adding the population sizes on the data shared here. I really appreciate that. I always do wonder about those things, so thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Yes, President Avaya, if I may. Just a couple of questions. First and foremost, as Board Member Trujillo said, thank you for coming and speaking about this. It really does help, and be able to go through Mrs. Zelvis, thank you for doing that. First question very quickly is SESI. Can you say what it stands for very quickly? so I
Yes,
can write-
I'm sorry, board member, and welcome to our district. SESI is Special Education Services Incorporated.
Beautiful. And going through the SESI Spark program, if we continue looking at the proposal, it's, if I understand it correctly, it would be allowing this agency hire the special education instructors onto, and they would come onto the campus. Is that correct?
That is correct. They would hire a place and take over the current existing location and classrooms.
Beautiful. The question then would be, is there any oversight given to the district to see what type of instructors are being hired in the SESI program? Like, how can we keep them accountable as a district?
Sure. So coordination will continue to happen, and part of the proposal in our contract would be that there is identification of a contact between myself and the program director for the team. And we would be able to give input, not specifically on hiring directly, because they are the experts in finding the individuals that will work best with our students, but I will be able to give input on the program, the services provided to our students. And it is a contractual agreement that we have language proposed to, if it's not working for us, we can walk away with some time and notice, and also provide that input and collaboration that is written within the contract.
And then last question is, are there any districts near us where SESI has been implemented or where they have been contracted by some school districts like Roosevelt, Creighton, do you know?
In the downtown Phoenix area, I'm not sure. I know of two in the West Valley that have utilized. One is Pendergast Elementary School District, and then I know Liberty Elementary School District did utilize, and I actually have SESI representatives here this evening. So Eric, did you want to add anybody? Or Clark?
Very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have one follow-up on that, and I didn't write down exactly what you said, but it was something to the effect of take over the location. Can you describe that to us in concrete terms, what that looks like?
They would move into our existing location for the program. So the staff would move into where the classrooms are currently. They're at Bethune Elementary School District, or Bethune Elementary School, excuse me. And so the location of the program would not change. The students in the program would not change. Their access to our curriculum, the general education classrooms, those kind of things would not change. They would be taking over for staffing and running the program.
Okay.
All right, I have a lot of questions, comments, and concerns. First of all, this is my son's program. They were already uprooted from Hurd Elementary, then they were brought to Bethune, and now you're telling me there's 100% teacher turnover rate despite incentives. So I'm wondering what's happening with leadership? Like, what is how many programs do you run here? How long have you been overseeing RISE? Because since I'm a parent in this program, not everything is as nice as it seems. The teachers communicate with me. I know what's happening. So I want to hear your perspective. What is happening under your leadership that is causing people to leave?
Excuse me, President Orobe, I don't think that's an appropriate question to ask in this particular context. We're talking about this particular program and not questioning employees and staff's leadership. Director Zilvis is an incredible advocate for multiple specialized programs in our district and an incredible educator that I am incredibly proud of working with. And I don't believe at this time, if we want to have separate conversations about
I think we should.
that's fine. I believe that's appropriate.
100% turnover rate. And I could bring up certain examples that we could talk about later.
Understood.
Because I just did talk to the teachers today and I know what's happening. So I want
You spoke to the vendor teachers that are leaving.
it doesn't matter. They still teach there.
I'm just
And
trying to make sure
then
it's
I got,
clear.
and then let me bring up my son. So then I got to break it to him that all the teachers are gone. So again, I
Which has been a
get,
continual issue, as she had pointed out, over multiple years with this program and is a national issue.
and his teachers have been there for a while, like Miss Abdi. Miss Abdi's one that and I'm still wondering why she wasn't renewed. But
She's a-
that's something that they promised her certification, but that's something that we could talk about later, as you mentioned.
Yep.
But I want y'all to know that I'm paying attention what's happening. I'm a parent. So I get that these are not outcomes. These are not things that we're supposed to talk about, but I'm a parent and I'm seeing it from a local level. And so we need to circle back to this.
I'll be happy to have that conversation with you. Thank you.
For sure. Anybody else? Cool, thank
I
you.
do have a question. I just wanted to know how soon this could be implemented, how soon this could be decided on. What does that look like?
Our intention is to implement this year,
So starting,
this school year.
okay.
Starting immediately when school starts. So we would like to be able to bring the staff on the same time all of our staff are returning and allow SESI the opportunity to move into our classrooms so that they can prepare to return with our students. Yes.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, so we can't do G1 until we do the executive session, is that correct? So that moves us to G2, discuss and possible action to cancel the remaining years of student outcomes-focused governance. So before I speak my motion, I want to be very clear about something. This conversation is it's not about whether student outcomes matter. They absolutely do. Every person on this board wants every child in this district to succeed. It is our responsibility, and it always has been, and it always will be, to improve outcomes for students. The question before us tonight is not whether we value student outcomes. The question is whether our current governance model is the best tool to help us meet the needs of our district. Over the past few years, we've invested significant time, energy, and resources into implementing SOFG. They've attended trainings, restructured meetings, revised goals, and committed to following this model. As board members, I also believe we have the responsibility to evaluate whether that investment is producing the results our students and community deserve. After reviewing our district's data and reflecting on the challenges we face, I have not seen significant or sufficient evidence that this governance model is producing improvements that is aligned with our district needs. Our district serves less than 5,000 students across 12 schools. Nearly 78% of our students are Latino, many English learners, many come from economically disadvantaged households, many require additional academic, behavioral, and social prompts or supports. These are not just statistics. They represent children and families who are counting on us to make thoughtful decisions. When I reviewed our district's data, several themes stood out to me. We continue to have significant numbers of students who are not yet proficient in English language arts. We have achievement gaps that remain for English learners, economically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities. Chronic absenteeism continues to affect many of our students, particularly those facing the greatest barriers. Our district continues to experience staffing challenges, including inexperienced educators in some of our highest need schools and teachers serving outside of their certification areas. We've also experienced declining enrollment, and this difficult decision to close 3 schools. These are not small issues. These are some of the important issues facing our district. As I reflect on these realities, I ask myself a simple question. Has our governance model given us, the board, the flexibility to fully engage with all of these challenges? For me, the answer is no. Student outcomes-focused governance has encouraged us to concentrate primarily on academic goals. That focus has value, but it is our responsibility as governing board But our responsibility as governing board is broader than a single framework. Arizona law charges us with governing the entire district. That includes academic achievement. It also includes fiscal stewardship, facilities, school safety, enrollment, policy, community engagement, hiring and evaluating the superintendent, supporting and retention of high-quality staff, long-term strategic planning. All of these responsibilities affect student outcomes. They cannot be separated from student success. I believe our board needs a governance framework that allows us to address the full picture of district leadership while keeping students at the center of every decision. I want to emphasize something that is important. This motion is not a criticism of anyone, staff, superintendent. It is not a criticism of those who believe that this model would benefit our district. I understand that people have worked hard, their intentions were good, but good governance requires us to continually evaluate whether our approach is meeting the needs of the district we serve. When circumstances change, good leaders are willing to adapt. That is what I believe we're doing tonight. I also believe our community expects us to ask the bigger questions. Are students reading on grade level? Are achievement gaps closing? Are students coming to school consistently? Are we retaining experienced educators? Are families choosing Phoenix Elementary because they believe we're providing an excellent education? Are we making decisions to strengthen our district for the next 10 years, not just the next board meeting? Those are the questions I believe should guide our work. Tonight, I'm voting to end our student outcomes-focused governance contract. not because I oppose accountability, not because I oppose student outcomes, but because I believe Phoenix Elementary has reached a point where we need a governance approach that gives us, the board, flexibility to address a full range of responsibilities entrusted by our community. I believe we can continue to prioritize student achievement while also strengthening governance, transparency, collaboration, fiscal responsibility, and long-term planning. Our students deserve that. Our employees deserve that. Our families deserve that. And I believe our district deserves that. So I vote to cancel SOFG.
Madam Chair. So at this point, you have opened it up for discussion. So are there other?
Yeah, would
be
anybody
heard.
like to discuss? I thought it was a vote. I thought that we were voting for that.
It will be a vote when there's a motion.
There's a motion.
Okay.
May I respond, Madam Chair? Thank you. I'll start with sharing that I understand improvements aren't going to happen overnight. That's why we have a 5-year monitoring calendar, because this work does take some time. We're still in the implementation phase, and that's been difficult to carry out because we haven't had a stable board to do all of the work that needs to be done. We don't have a contract with CGCS. We decided we were to not apply for that. We were too small of a district. So we are still in the implementation phase of this framework, while facing all the struggles that we have in Arizona. So I'll start with what I heard from our comments, which was really important information. And what I heard was a handful of times that important things like student safety, social and emotional learning, class size, and more aren't being prioritized. But the missing part of that conversation is that those are values and priorities. Really, really important feedback that would be instrumental to the board to draft new guardrails and interim measures. So while they can't be measured by standardized testing, they can definitely be drafted as guardrails for the board and superintendent to hold leadership accountable. As far as on the community's behalf, the community sets that tone. And in 2023, when the guardrails at that time were decided, communication, teacher retention, campus equity, enrollment barriers, those were the things that were talked about at that time. We recently voted earlier this year with Board Member Graham on the board to continue our guardrails and interim measures through May 2026 when they expired, and then revisit new guardrails and interim measures this month, June 2026, and that has yet to happen. But it doesn't mean it can't take place, but it would take board work from all the board members to rally behind that and get out there and communicate with everybody as far as community engagement concerned, so we can get that feedback that's important to be able to develop those. That's what goals are, the values that the community has. So I understand what I heard as far as them not being student outcomes, but they definitely are important values that the community shared about. So it's not that they would just be ignored. They just have a different spot, and that would be to live in our guardrails and our interim measures. Let me see. Thank you for your patience while I just gather my response. I'm trying to take into account everything that I've heard, but also focus on the professional development, all of the readings, the coaching I've received. So it's not easy work. It's not something to be like. It's not a model that's built on it's not a model that's built to I guess fix personal conflict about it. It's a model to be implemented, to be learned about, to be dedicated to carry out the work that focuses on our students having a fighting chance. And I'll just read from my notes that I made. The framework isn't built for personal conflict. It's built to give students a fighting chance so other adult priorities won't entirely take up all the focus that we have. It's a balance of both. Prior to adopting this model, doing the coaching work necessary to implement, I saw data maybe 2 times a year before we had this model. So through this model, we monitor and celebrate student achievement close to every meeting or as often as we can, because we are seeing improvements with the data. And data that's not moving, or data that we see that's concerning, we're able to hear and learn from the experts to know exactly what's going on in the classroom and our schools, because our principals will come and our leadership will come and share all of that information to tell us exactly what's going on and where pivots need to be made. So while no model's perfect, no model will be perfect. It'll have to be taken on by willing participants like us who serve as board members. And the implementation of it will rely on those adults committed to the work, the reading, the research, the work to understand the data, the studying that might go into it. To give yourself the mindset of service to students who won't get a second chance at elementary school the way adults do. We just voted earlier to take more time on our board meeting minutes. Students don't get that luxury. They deserve committed leadership that prioritize their needs as whole humans, and this framework allows for the community to hold leadership accountable. And the only reason that part of educating the community about that hasn't fully been realized is because our board hasn't been stable to carry out that work. But the work does start here at the dais, and it sets the tone for the rest of the district, and admin staff have been carrying the workload for SOFG. And Dr. Gonzalez has been instrumental in that because she's an education expert and she understands how this framework actually works, and she helps guide me with parts that I struggle with. She's done the work of professional development and understands what it takes to focus on student achievement. Despite all the things that she's responsible for, this framework helps her focus on kids and then be able to switch gears to run the district and show up in all the other ways that she's needed. So I have a lot more to share, but I would like to give space for any more comments and questions that I could possibly ask, since I've been here since the beginning of this idea that was literally to just bring some structure to the district, because we didn't have that before, and we would definitely get caught up in whirlwinds of things going on that didn't focus on students. And I saw that as a concern, and that's why I brought this model to the board in the first place, to take on as professional development. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody might have. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm a firm believer in the fact that strategic plans, and this is a type of strategic plan, doesn't require up or down. It requires evaluation on a regular basis. I've seen the guardrails. Some of the guardrails, frankly, disturb me because they're in the negative. The superintendent shall not do this, shall not do this, shall not do this. It's more like the 10 Commandments than a strategic plan. And I think before you jettison an entire plan, it strikes me that reviewing what we have first to see if those things can be modified, updated, or otherwise changed before you jettison it. Because if you jettison it, you have nothing. You don't have a governance plan or a governance policy per se. So at this point in time, I would be hesitant to just jettison the whole thing, because I think that we owe it to ourselves to be able to evaluate where we've come and see if before we jettison it, we can go ahead and make modifications and so on to make it work better or make it work more efficiently.
Yes, to kind of touch on what you said, I have been asking for quite a while to go back to the drawing board when it comes to this. There are other models. We are reaching out to other people. I just think this is just a very narrow scope of information. There's so many other issues that we're dealing with. But just so you know, this didn't happen overnight. I've been asking since January, to be honest with you.
President Ofaya, may I ask what we've been asking for since January?
To go over academics, to possibly expand our scope, not to focus only on like academics. I think culture and safety are a big part of it. I want to know what teachers are going through. I hear a lot of teachers telling me about what's happening. Then because I'm a board member, I'm not supposed to know what's happening. I'm only supposed to focus on achievements. And so I think it really just disenfranchises us from what's happening in the community. And I wouldn't know a lot of these things if I wasn't a parent or people didn't show up to the board to talk to us and let us know what's happening. I would have no idea. So.
Thank you. I appreciate getting your perspective on that, but does that mean that there would be room to revisit goals and guardrails and because that
Is that the language you choose to use all the time, like goals and are you like still like the framework
the framework is what I'm talking about? Like, is there room for this board to have study sessions and work to we voted to revisit our guardrails and our interim measures, but not having a contract with the Council of the Great City Schools, we're able to adjust this framework to meet our needs. So I think that's a great idea, and I think it would be wonderful to have that discussion as far as revising our goals, if that's, they're supposed to be 5-year goals, but if I'm just willing to have that open discussion about what it could look like to make this more of a collaborative effort, I guess, to the parts that aren't working for you personally to
Yeah.
learn about what that looks like and move forward from that point on, I guess.
Yeah, so since January, I've been actually asking for study sessions, collaboration on achievement. I'm not impressed with SOFG, so I don't really care to use their framework at all. But I think that there's enough smart people in this space, especially when we're led by Dr. Lloyd, who I think is amazing. There's so many other aspects that we can bring into the equation. But right now, what I'm seeing, it just isn't working, and I'm not interested in keeping it.
Okay, so no, there's no room. That's what I'm hearing. May I will give the floor so I can hear more perspectives. My apologies for thinking through while talking.
I'll go next. So, I do want to thank President Ovalle for bringing this issue up, because one of the things that I've seen a lot is that sometimes when there's a wave going, it becomes more difficult to take a step back and look at the issue holistically and maybe, change paths, but sometimes that needs to happen. And I've been on this board for about 1 year now, and when I was appointed, this was one of the issues that people started reaching out to me about, right away, and I really hadn't heard anything about it. So I could be quite objective about it, but I was concerned about the fact that there did seem to be a lot of interest behind it. It came from another state, it's spreading all over the country. However, I think that I have assessed this model objectively, and I have a major concern. And one of the things that I think that we're struggling with here is that it does in fact kind of put blinders on the board. Whether or not that's the actual intention, I'm not going to speak to, but that is the effect. And so what ends up happening a lot is that there are issues, there are discussions being had, but the board isn't involved. But then legally speaking, the board is required to take a vote at a certain point, and then all of a sudden something's happening and we're, scrambling for information, scrambling to understand an issue. And I was actually, I don't know why, but I was a little bit surprised to hear multiple people that are actually an expert on this issue send emails saying this. And I'm just going to read one of them because I think it says it much better than I could. It says, like you, I want every student to succeed. My concern is not with improving student outcomes. My concern is with adopting a governance model that narrows the role of an elected school board and ultimately undermines the very democratic values public education is meant to serve. Student outcomes-focused governance encourages boards to concentrate almost exclusively on a small set of measurable outcomes and to limit policy development and board deliberation. But school boards are not corporate boards. They are democratic institutions charged with representing their communities, weighing competing public values, and making decisions transparently. A governance model that discourages broad deliberation and reduces governance to monitoring a handful of metrics diminishes meaningful public oversight. And I do want to say that Dr. Sampson, and I know her comment was read and she was speaking in her personal capacity, but I thought that that characterized what I have directly experienced. And I do think that it is an incredible challenge and problem for board governance when the board is cut out of decisions, but then the law requires us to vote on them. So then we are brought in many instances, like the very last moment, and trying to catch up and figure out what's going on is harrowing to say the least. And I don't think that it at all is a good governance model. So from that standpoint, I do think that we need to get rid of student outcomes focused governance. And I think that this board is more than capable, just like all local government is more than capable of taking ownership of every single issue that we are required to under the law and the policy of the board. And my vision for us, and long after everybody here is not serving on the board anymore, is that there would be firm control of all these various topics and issues, which all do pertain to outcomes that is controlled by the board. And I just want to second and say we've had quite a lot of board members just in the year that I've been here. And I do agree that everybody is focused on student outcomes. So it's not a question of, do we want to see our students and our schools succeeding? Everybody shares that goal. The question is, how are we going to get there? And I think getting rid of this model and taking control of it ourselves is the right thing to do now and into the future for this district.
Vice President Edmiston, may I ask what things you felt deterred from that this model is? Because I've to me, that sounds more like a communication issue as opposed to something going on with our governance model. May I ask?
Well,
more clarification?
And again, I don't want to get into too much detail because some of it did predate me being here, but it has, I would say, flowed into other decisions as well. I would say that school closures are a big one that I hear people talk about quite a lot, and that it just happened super quickly and the board was trying to figure out what's going on. The closure of ASU Prep. More recently, I think the Fillmore property transfer was a massive decision that, it was, and I felt like I needed to delay that or ask for it to be delayed because I truly felt like there was not enough information. We were not part of that conversation to really understand what was going on. I still didn't feel that we had enough, to your point about data. I still didn't feel that we had the data as far as what the enrollment would look like, where the students were coming from, how we were going to meet capacity when we voted on it. And just tonight, this very evening, we are discussing a personnel matter that had been going on for almost a year. And we were brought in, days before we were required to vote on it. And it's stressful. It's not democratic. And I just think that we can do a better job. I really believe that the people here sitting here can do a better job to figure out how we're going to have a governance model that works in this particular situation, not Texas, not Nevada, here.
Understand. I understand more. Thank you so very much. I feel like we did give those items a lot of time, and I think we probably spent more time on those than we did our actual student achievement data. Because the model does suggest that we spend 50% of our time here in the board meeting focused on student achievement. But we haven't hit that. We're able to code our meetings, so we know how much time is being spent on those, and we haven't hit that number in a quite a long time. And even though we do monitor progress at every meeting, we still haven't hit that number because we've been focused on other things. So I just want to point out that we do still make a lot of time to talk about other items, and we've spent a lot of time on both of those things that you just mentioned. So I just want to circle back to us being stewards of this small public institution and what the work that we do here. It does impact kids way longer than our board terms are going to. So that's my why for wanting a long-term vision. To board member Aaron's point, having a plan in place is my why, because failing to plan just seems like detrimental for our students. So I'm open to growing, innovating, having some change. But canceling something in the middle of starting a school year just seems unplanned. It seems like it's impulsive, and I think I would recommend that we have some study sessions in place to onboard the new board members regarding the framework, to then have a conversation about how the process of how we're doing things is going. And I would like to keep our progress monitoring in place until we make a bigger decision about where we go if we change our governance model.
I just want to say again that I have been asking since January. It wasn't an impulsive thing. I've been told to wait every month. And then finally, when I had enough, I said, okay, put this on the agenda because I'm tired of waiting. So I have been asking for academics. I have been asking to expand. I want to have a conversation. My why is my child. My child has an IEP. He's in a behavioral program. I work with incarcerated youth, formerly incarcerated youth. I go into prisons with women who were left with no resources in their community. I'm trying to use my position as a school board member to really support children in their communities when they don't have. So I know we don't have a lot of capacity. I know we don't have a lot of money, but the little bit of resources that we can to create a school-safe environment for children, to make sure that they're positive, make sure the teachers have everything they need, make sure that we've got good transparency and accountability with the community. And we don't have any of those things right now. And so because of those things and the way I'm seeing them play out, we got to do something new. The old way wasn't working, and it's time for something new. Now, I'm not saying that, we're going to do away with achievements. That's a big deal for me, again, because of the population I work with. They don't have third grade reading. The kids I work with, most of them, they lack reading skills, comprehension, math, but they've been failed by their schools for so long. They didn't feel safe. I survey all the kids when I go into work with them. Did you feel safe at school? No. Were there police officers at your school? Yes. So I already know, like, they're being criminalized. So that's the last thing I want when kids come to the schools. I will advocate for any child to feel safe. I will advocate with parents. And so I'm just not seeing it work out.
I hear you. I do know that we did have a study session on the agenda, on the calendar that had to be moved because we had to have a public hearing. So I don't know I wasn't clear on what that agenda was going to include, but I do think that having moved to be accommodating to everyone's schedules, having moved to one board meeting a month, we do have time and space to hold study sessions to have these discussions. And I think we've missed opportunities to do that type of, have those conversations. So I just, again, want to hold space for being able to share the framework with the board, have a consensus as far as understanding what it is, so that way when we do make a decision to either move away from it or stick with it, everybody's kind of on the same page. And I would really appreciate space to do that. So I just wanted to share that before we move on.
Yeah, I was told that we're not gonna have that study session till August now. But it was supposed to be, which I don't agree, part is supposed to be reporting process and anti-retaliation process, because I'm seeing a lot of problems with that as well. So this is the problem, is there's a lot of problems in our district that we're not being solution based. So that's something that is like, I'm seeing it repeatedly happen over and over. Can we have a study session on it? I'm still waiting. Then I asked for the academics at the same time. I've been asking since January. We need to expand. Like, we need holistic view of what children are going through. It can't be solely placed on academics. We don't know if a child is happy or thriving. And then here's my other problem. I sit here every month, I'm seeing the same demographics failing, all the same people passing. When I ask questions like, what is happening with these populations that are failing? No one can tell me. They just tell me, oh, we got these resources, we got this and this and that. It isn't until I go to the individual school and I say, what's happening here? Who's being disciplined? And then they tell me, these are the people who are being disciplined. And I'm like, wow, those are the people that are failing. So we're not even taking disciplinary measures into consideration. We're not talking about absenteeism, which is a chronic issue here. I do get very disciplinary updates once a month. They're not by demographic, they're not by age group. And I haven't spoken to you about this, so I'm not putting you on blast. I appreciate what you're doing. It's not broken down by school. You know, I don't know how often kids are being sent, but it's a problem. And it's only the same certain schools that I'm seeing. We want to talk about equity. We don't have equity across the schools. I've been going to some schools, nice, cool, beautiful. Students they're doing all kinds of music programs. Go to other schools, it's just not the same. So I'm fighting. Another thing that I want to be included in this framework is equity, making sure that all the schools across the board are getting access to the same resources. They're getting the help. Marginalized communities, we're looking at them, problem solving, coming up with solutions, because those closest to the issue are closest to the problem. And if we work with the people that are constantly being failed, if they win, we all win. And that's what I want. I want deep-rooted change. I don't want just a very superficial, oh, we're passing the numbers, we're feeling really good. I'm glad the adults in the room are feeling good after we get an update. 64% are passing, but it's based off one demographic. I'm glad you feel good. I don't. I want long-term, deeply rooted change. That's why I'm in this position. I care very deeply about the children in this community and the community where I come from. If I could save any kid from going into prison or going into a toxic environment, I'm gonna do it. So for me, this isn't working.
I hear you, I understand. Thank you for sharing. We literally have a guardrail in place for equitable assets to all of our schools, and we've been making a lot of progress on that as far as getting funding, getting field trips in place, getting Mr. Whittle's been instrumental in having that happen. But again, without this structure in place to help us find out what we value and what we want to prioritize, that wouldn't have happened. So again, it was that framework that brought that to our attention that actually made those changes possible. So everything you're talking about literally has a place and fits into this model to give light to it, to make change and to make progress with it. So I really appreciate all the feedback, but this framework is not the problem. The understanding of it and not knowing how to use it as a tool in your leadership, that's, I think, where the problem is lying. So I would like to ask if you'd be willing to read the literature and go through.
I've read everything. SOFG, since Jessica gave it to me in the beginning. Before I was on this board, I've read it, everything.
The manual, the books that we've all gotten,
Everything Jessica gave me, I read.
because it's
before
a
I was
lot.
elected. Before I was elected.
It's a lot. It's a lot to understand, but
She gave me a little stack. Plus I did you guys' training and I'm still not impressed. It's
It's
crazy.
not a
It's like-
matter
it's
of
like in
being
the community-
impressed.
It's like in the community, it's like, if you say you don't like SOFG, everybody's like trying to convince you so hard. And I'm like, no means no. So no, I don't like it.
it's
And
not
then you say
something
it's
to
in
be
the-
liked.
And then you're like in the guardrails, but when do we talk about equity? I don't remember us talking. I know we talk about front desk operations quite a bit.
In those same conversations.
Communications that we're still not communicating properly with families. The community still feels like there's a transparency issue. We haven't fixed that.
And that's what,
It's in the
that's why we
guardrails. I
voted
get
to
it.
have this space to revisit those because our old ones have expired. So now we're at the perfect space to be able to do that. And that's what I'd like to ask that we make time to do instead of just impulsively leave and not have any structure in place. So
Again, it's not impulsive. I've been asking since January. The other board members before they left, I know Alicia Vink was asking for it. I know that Reggie Carrillo wasn't into it, but they kind of felt like forced to because of the way leadership was at that time. But now we're somewhere different. And now we can look at different models and now we can
but
see.
we can do that while we're still monitoring our progress,
I
while
mean,
we're still
who's gonna
implementing.
monitor how kids are doing? Where I care about how they're doing. I'm just not gonna emphasize our success based off a test score. I don't know if I'm doing a good job based off a test score.
That's exactly what the model does. It helps us know whether or not the decisions that we're making up here are improving our students'
So
lives.
so safety, is that one that, safety and inclusion?
Absolutely. That's where that would fit right
Cultural
into
inclusion?
our guardrails.
What about reporting and
Absolutely.
anti-retaliation policies?
Those are all things.
Then
that
why
can
are they
be-
why do they keep breaking them? Like reporting, let's use that one for an example. Reporting and retaliation. We have that consistently happening at our district. Consistently. That's why I'm asking for a study session on it. People do not feel safe putting in a report because they get retaliated against. Teachers waited until they quit so that they can call me and tell me, hey, this is what I've been experiencing. You know what I mean? So it's like we've got problems. I talk to
I
Dr. Gonzalez
completely
at least
agree.
every week. And okay, this school is having all these disciplinary actions. What could we do to help the situation?
Yeah.
Especially since behavioral kids is close to my heart. You
Me
know what I
as
mean? Like I
well.
want to work with them the most because something's happening at their homes and their communities. And so,
Absolutely.
you know, we still haven't even moved in that direction. Like I said, let's come up with a program. Let's do some programming that creates accountability, you know, creates a sense of belonging at school, you know, but we're not. So I don't know if that's because it's
Because it
not a
had to be
guardrail.
a whole board conversation about
Then we should
voting
talk
on that.
about it. Instead of me going into a meeting and I feel like I'm just being tumbled around and I'm seeing these issues and we're never working on them.
Well, that's what I'm hoping that we can get to, is to have some study sessions, to have these conversations. That's what our professional development as leaders expects of us. So I feel like we are talking about the same things. So there has to be some type of.
I haven't seen any of what you're talking about. Like I talked to other schools, they, you know, they do disciplinary, you know, every like quarterly. You know, you see where the disparities are. You know what schools need, maybe some programming, some support. We don't do any of that. We don't talk any, we look at test scores and then I see again the same population failing.
I think
And that's
a
so
great
unfair to
idea.
them. We're failing them because we're not coming up with supports or solutions that are, you know, outside of test scores for these kids. It's
Agreed.
really, we're doing kids a disservice. We're doing families a disservice by not being accountable and transparent to them. And then again, it feels anti-democratic So then again, we're disservice to the community and taxpayers.
That part, I feel like it makes us, it literally will train you how to ask strategic questions. So that way you do get answers back. So again, there's so much more to this framework than just goals and guardrails.
I haven't seen,
And
yeah.
I feel like, I hate saying that word. I believe that we can definitely work on all those things together collectively as a board. And I think those are some great ideas and places to start, but ultimately we would have to have the community's buy-in for all of those things. And I think that we could definitely get that. Those are things I haven't heard from our teachers association, from the leadership that runs those things. So I'm glad that you've built those relationships to have those conversations. All of that is such important feedback. But having the space to talk amongst ourselves as a board and work together to take care of those, that's where the work needs to happen, I think. And I think getting rid of the structure that we have in place would only take us farther away from from the work that we have to do. So could we try to do all those things that you want to do while maintaining structure until we find something that we all agree on to move forward with?
No,
Well, luckily that's a board decision, so if
I
we
know.
are,
That's why I'm like, why are you even asking me right now?
because I care about what you're thinking. I care about
If
your
you cared, you
service
could
as
hit
a,
me up. You don't.
I don't anymore because it's futile.
Is it?
It seems like it, yes. I've made hair appointments to try and connect with you. Those haven't worked out. We're supposed to meet to do PAC transition. That hasn't worked out. There's a lot of reasons that go into it. I also have to take care of things I've got going on that I can't just prioritize time that's not prioritized back for me. So while I understand the frustration, it's a two-way street.
Madam President, I'm thinking that we're at an impasse in terms of whether we want to continue with SOFG. You're adamant that it's an absolute no. I'm hearing that there's willingness from board members, though, to work together to find a positive solution going forward that maintains a structure that includes academic achievement, but also looks at other factors that you've brought up. The board study session that we had to cancel because we had a hearing was designed to actually look at what are those other structures that we want to start paying attention to in addition to our academic achievement. And as you said, you're reporting in retaliation processes. So if we are comfortable at this point to call for a vote, I think that would be appropriate, or we can choose to table this and continue the discussion at another time.
It strikes me that what we want to do is develop sometime between today and theoretically when this model expires. It's a 5-year program. It started in 23. I assume that means it ends in 28. That it's always good to have something in place while you're developing the new model on which you're going to base your evaluations. As such, I suggest that what we might want to do is begin sitting as a governing board in study sessions to develop, if you will, either our own strategic plan, which surely can be done. I've done them for years. I've taught them for years, but not do away with the current one, let it ride, and yet accept the fact that we're going to shoot for implementation of a new policy model, strategic plan, however you want to define it, to be done between now and the end of the contract, which is 2028. So therefore, we're establishing, this is going to be gone within 2 years, one way or the other. But at least that way we can develop our own plan, develop the metrics for it. And I'm hearing you say very clearly that you want metrics for some of the issues that you have raised this evening. Well, let's create those metrics. But I think to just throw it out without having a plan on how we're going to replace it might be counterproductive to us. So I think the best road to go, I'm not making a motion, but I think the best road to go is to impanel ourselves as a strategic planning committee and set a deadline for ourselves for the next, whether it's a year from now or 6 months from now or 2 years from now, to have developed a new or our own, or have identified an alternative strategic plan that we will utilize to do the measurements that we have all been talking about this evening. Just throw that out for a suggestion. I have a hesitation about just toss something out unless we've got an idea of how we're going to replace it, because that could create problems. But by the same token, I think that I hear that there are concerns about how this particular model works. And therefore, I'm recommending, let's create one ourselves then. Let's develop our own strategic plan, our own governance model. I mean, there are dozens of them. So anyway, that would be my suggestion. I don't quite know what the appropriate motion would be to do that, but that's what I would suggest we do.
I do like the idea of developing our own model, because then we could tailor it to the needs of our kids and what's happening here. And then, like I mentioned, we do have a lot of professionals and a lot of smart people at the table that I think that could really support the kids and families long term. So I would love to do that.
Well, if you're ready for a motion, Madam President, then I would recommend that the board impanel itself as a strategic planning committee to develop over the next 2 years our own strategic plan. And I'll say that as a motion. I'll explain a little bit more about what goes into it if there's a second.
So you're pretty much saying to write out the whole SOFG contract though, because that's 2 years.
Yeah, well, first we need a second in order to discuss this
Oh, third,
parliamentarily. Okay, so yes, and the reason I'm saying that is because it's going to take us some time. I mean, if we started tonight, all right, it would take us months, several months, quite a while, in order to come up with a strategic plan. Now, hypothetically, we could decide 6 months from now or a year from now that we have a plan. Okay, we've developed our own strategic plan. It's got all the metrics we want and so on. And at that point, we can say this is what we're going to go with, and we're going to do away with the SOFG or whatever the initials are. So there's nothing that says that you can't bring this back sometime. But if we're making great progress with our own plan, or if we find an alternative plan in the marketplace, that's something we say, wow, that's the one that we think would be good, then you can come back and you can do away with what the underlying plan is and you can move on with the correct one. I just hesitate to do away with something and have nothing to start with. You got to start with something. That's my only point. And Madam Chair, unless there's any discussion, I would ask for a vote.
May I?
Yes.
So I definitely like the idea of a strategic plan, and I think we should be doing that, and I think every board should be doing that on their own. I think that we should take the vote on the item as it is here. Maybe we want to amend it to say that, I don't know how it would be best, but to say that we are voting on canceling the remaining years of student outcomes focused governance and, developing our own strategic plan. I don't know if that makes sense to do it, but I think this has gone on for quite a while, and I think that we should vote on this G2.
Madam President, with all due respect, I think that it would be premature to just do away with the underlying plan that we have now that we are operating under until we at least have a structure or a skeleton of what our own strategic plan would look like, or else we're starting with nothing. And it's tough to be evaluating things if there's not something in place. We may not like this, all right? I'm not opposed to it personally, but we may not like it as a board. And if that's the case, fine. But leave it in place so we can continue to do our evaluations until such time as we've developed our own plan that's got our own metrics and our own developmental methodologies of judging how we're doing on all the subjects that were touched on this evening. And I think that's the best way to do it. And then you can put this on the table for 6 months or a year or month to month. You can keep it on the agenda forever if you want and just leave it there until such time as we feel like, okay, we've now got a plan in place, we can jettison the old one. Just a thought.
What if we cancel the contract? We utilize some of the metrics we've been using, and then we continuously work on implementing our own governance model. That way, we're still measuring, we still have something in place, we're still getting reports, but we're just not tied to the SOFG greater schools.
I'm not so sure I understand how that would work. I'm just not comfortable that that would necessarily work. We have a lot of different. That's my only concern.
Well, I would say, I mean, it works in my head because the guardrails are already in place. We are going to be developing new ones regardless. At least that was the plan. So just cutting the contract so we're not affiliated with the out-of-state organization and basically keeping what we have, working with it until we get something better in place. I think we can do it.
And as a point of clarification, we do not have a contract with Council of Great City Schools. So that contract does not exist. We have a framework that the board adopted 5 years ago. We're operating from a framework that the board adopted. We have to stay within that framework until the board votes to do otherwise. So in terms of developing a strategic planning committee, we can do that. We can agendize that for another meeting to develop that strategic planning committee. But this evening, what's agendized is the vote to get rid of a strategic plan that's already in place. So Mr. Ahrens has made a motion to develop something, to use that structure, but to work on amending it to better meet our needs.
Madam President, the best strategic plans are evolutionary, not revolutionary. The best strategic plans are created and then evaluated on an absolutely regular basis. The nonprofits that I have been participated in, one of which I'm president of right now, are ones that have that strategic plan on their agenda every single meeting. Now, some of the meetings are quarterly, some of the meetings are monthly, but the fact of the matter is that the evaluative process happens regularly, so you don't get strung out where you say, I've been asking for this stuff for a half a year. And if it's on the agenda every quarter or every month or semi-annually or whenever the board decides it wants to do regular review, then you've got it there. But if we do away with this, you've thrown out those strategic goals and objectives, if you will, and those guardrails, and some of which I don't really like, but those guardrails, and now you got to start from scratch. And I don't believe that starting from scratch is in the best interest of our board. I think we can do it efficiently and effectively, but it'll take a little time. So before we throw something out completely and start from scratch, because that's what that's what you would be doing here. I just think we ought to give it an opportunity for us to develop our own and start infusing. I can't believe there aren't some good things in the current process, the current plan, okay? Some good, there might be. I'm not, you can't disclaim that, well, this seems to be okay, and I don't like these 4 things, but this one seems, anyway, my point is, and with that, Madam President, I think we've discussed this a long time. I'd like to ask to call the question and vote on my motion.
Madam Chair, may I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
May we hear the motion again that you made?
Yeah, my motion is that we impanel ourselves as a strategic planning committee to develop a new or develop new and revised strategic plan that will include appropriate metrics for the necessary topics that need to be under continual review. Hope somebody got that because it sounded really good. It's being recorded, isn't it? Yeah, I figured as much. That was my motion that the President, I believe, seconded for the purpose of discussion, but now I would ask for a vote on that.
Just point of information, did anyone on the board second that?
I thought I heard the President say she would second for the purpose of discussion.
I'm good with us coming up with the committee and all that stuff, and keeping achievements. I definitely want achievements to be on the
Right.
forefront of everything. It's just this framework that I'm against. So if we do away with the framework, but we still have our regular meeting, like our regular updates,
Well,
we're still getting Dr. Lloyd to come in here and present to us.
I don't think so. See, that's my concern. The guardrails and everything have been established under a process, okay? It's an umbrella. Think of it as an umbrella. And if you vote to no longer have that, then you've done away with all of the metrics also. So you're starting from scratch. That's my point. I don't want to start from scratch. I don't want us to say, we're going to throw this out, we're going to start all over again, and we're going to kind of cobble our way into finding a good. Now, there are a lot of well-done methodologies that you can use to come up with a strategic plan. I've taught them for Leadership Institute for 27 years, and I know that they can be done. But my point is why do you want to risk when you say, well, what are the numbers? Say, well, you toss that. We don't have any more numbers because there's no structure in which for us to have the numbers appear. I just don't feel comfortable with that. That's why I think if we impanel ourselves, strategic plan, continue to have the results come in. You don't like them, I understand that. I'm not even arguing with you on that. But you have those come in while we're developing the plans. And what you'll find is that you'll do some metrics that'll feel very, very comfortable. You say, that's what's going to give President Ovalle the comfort that she's getting the data that she needs to make certain decisions in board governance. That's the best outcome, right? Anyway, end of sermon.
I guess what I was trying to do today is move away from the SOFG. And I mean, I get what you're saying, but you can't have one or the other. So it's like, we could still have a framework. We could still get our updates on academics. It doesn't have to be called SOFG. You know what I mean? And then we continually work on a committee to figure out how we're going to address all the issues that we spoke about today. I don't know why we have to keep calling it SOFG though.
Have to. I think you can call it continue the current evaluation of systems and processes and so on. And so call it whatever you want. I really don't think so, but you don't want to eliminate it because then you're eliminating all of the metrics that you have currently built up that are being reported on. And you want those to continue to be reported on, even if they are flawed, because that'll give us more data in which to build a new strategic plan. Just a thought.
This is Carmen. Again, I will second the motion.
Board Member Trujillo?
Aye.
Point of inquiry, are we voting on this and we're voting on two, or is this like a substitute?
Well, there was no original motion. So I made a motion based on what was on the agenda. And that kind of an alternative to what was agendized, but it's within the framework of the same conversation.
So it would be one vote and only one vote. So instead of voting on this, we're voting on this?
At the present time. Now, after we vote on the current motion, there's nothing to stop somebody from making another motion, obviously, on the same subject.
Board Member Sandoval?
No.
Vice President Edmiston?
No.
Board Member Ernst?
Yeah.
President Ovalle?
No.
Now, May I? Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. While listening to all the board members regarding this agenda item, I've been able to hear the public comment as well. And regarding the whole program as SOFG as a framework, really, there have been two concerns that have been raised up on, I would say, on the one side of wanting to keep it, it is because the instability of the board, as some of the public comments and as Boardman Trujillo noted, is that there are going to be 4 elections coming up this November for the positions of school board. It is unstable to try and change a whole program. It would not be suited well for the students and the teachers, is what I believe they are trying to communicate. Board member Aaron's has also tried to communicate, is trying to get rid of a whole plan is so revolutionary. It's something that should take time and be an evolutionary step. Now, on the other hand as well, the public comments also stated, well, the question is, what do we replace it with? If we do get rid of it, if we go down the track, is if we replace it, if we get rid of it, what are we going to do with that? The answer to that question, I think, is something that I think maybe me being new, a new perspective, a fresh perspective, being able to get it is growing up in this community for over 20 years of my life, being able to go to Lowell School and K-8 and enjoying all that time there with the teachers, with the principal, with just getting to know the other students and growing up in the community. I think something that SOFG really lacks in is community involvement. It's allowing the community to bring up goals and guardrails. Look at the very way that SOFG frames it. It talks about superintendent guardrails. It talks about governing board member guardrails, but not once does it say anything about community involvement, community goals being approached, communities being able to be setting up their own goals. I believe it's parents that really know what their child needs to be educated. The parents can come forward and let the governing board know is these are the situations that need to be dealt with at the school that my child is attending. Something that I have always appreciated about my father and my mother is them being actively involved in the way that I learned. Something that took time out of their day. I mean, they would work 8, 9-hour shifts, making sure that there's food on the table. But they never for a second thought that my education was meant to be signed off to anyone else, meant to be signed off to a board. They always knew at the end of the day that if their child is going to succeed, my mother would come, look at my homework and say, did you do that right? Did you add that right? Are you sure that's right for your essay? And make sure that's all in order. Now, I believe that based on the public comments that I've been able to hear, is that SOFG is not serving the community in a proper way. Now, with that in relation, I would, Ms. President Ovaya, I would like to say and make a motion to cancel and terminate SOFG, the Student Outcomes Focused Governance.
I second that.
Board Member Trujillo?
No, I'm sorry. May I explain my vote? I am voting no because a big, huge part of the framework is, how should I put this? The way the organizational chart works is community, district, superintendent, and so on and so forth, because the community is the owner of our institution. The community does run everything, and this framework wouldn't even be possible if we didn't take the goals and guardrails drafted to the community to get the buy-in that we needed to make sure we were making the right decisions at those times. So I'm voting no because the framework literally is built upon community buy-in. Without the board going to the community and engaging with them to understand what their values are, to understand what the priorities are, what they want to focus on as goals, as far as goals are concerned, the framework just wouldn't work. It's literally built on community input, constant communication. It's called two-way communication. So it's a huge part of the framework, and that's why I feel so strongly about this, is because we haven't been able to complete that part without a stable board. Because it does take board members going out to the community and having those hard conversations or sometimes pleasant conversations, but without that, that's a huge reason, why I want to spend the time revisiting our guardrails and our interim measures and even our goals if necessary, because it would involve the community without a doubt. Without that part, the framework just doesn't work. So that's why I'm voting no.
Board Member Sandoval?
Yes, and I would like to explain my vote. Thank you. Yes, if we went to the community and asked and did a survey of 100 parents and asked them, can you list off all 5 guardrails that the governing board has? Can you list off all 5 superintendent guardrails that there is being applied? How many of them would be able to answer that? But you know what they can say is, my child has learned how to read. My child talks about their math teacher. My child is succeeding in the public school that they're in. The way that they're able to be child focused, the way that we're able to know that we're doing a good job on the board is allowing them to see and allowing them to tell their story, letting us know that saying, my child is now more confident. My child loves going to school and hearing about the different programs they can get involved in. SOFG does not allow the parent to say, my child's doing this. Instead, it has them going around seeing, are 40% of the kids proficient in their writing level? They can't tell you that. They won't be able to tell you that, because at the end of the day, they're feeding the mouths of the people that show up at their home and their table. That's what it means to be community-centered. It means to be family-focused. It means to be father, mothers, children, people who have grandparents, uncles, aunts. They can tell you what their kid is doing in school. That is the type of framework we should be based off of.
Vice President Edmiston?
May I explain my vote? I think I gave, a sense of where I'm coming at from this, but I just wanted to reiterate, it was mentioned by Board Member Trujillo that it seems like we are spending an inordinate amount of things that are not about test scores. And I agree with that. Over the last several months, I've actually considered that. But I would actually suggest that that is a symptom of the SOFG model rather than in spite of it. Because when you narrow the focus of the board in a way that the law and policy don't actually agree with, what ends up happening is that there isn't that cumulative education happening on all these very many issues that boards are responsible for over time. And so when something rises to the level that the board has to take an action, we need to do this now super quick, and everybody's scrambling to understand what's going on. One of the other comments we got was from Dr. Rachel White from, I believe it's the University of Texas at Austin. And I think this goes to the point that it's not just an isolated thing or somebody's not implementing it right. She says, moreover, the adoption of Texas's SOFG was concentrated in districts serving the highest shares of students of color and economically disadvantaged students. Beyond the quantitative evidence, we conducted interviews with school board members who shared that they felt the model narrowed the board's focus largely to test-based schools, reduced the authority of individual matters over matters not deemed outcomes, and tended to shift critical decisions such as conversations about buildings and maintenance improvements, critical school finance conversations, and deliberation about school closures away from open public deliberation. Like I said, I'm not sure why, but I was actually amazed to read this because it was like she was reading my mind and saying it in a much more articulate way than I could. But I think that this goes to the crux of my actual lived issue with this model. And for that reason, I am voting, yes.
Board Member Ernst? President Owaye?
Yes. And with that, the motion passes. Thank you. And so now we move to item to executive session. it is, sorry. Oh, shit. Oh, G2.
Now we're on.
We've got a long way to go, sister.
Okay.
We're on G3.
Okay, we're on G3.
Mhm.
Okay, sorry about that. We're gonna, G3, receive and discuss possibly take action to approve revised ASBA adverse advisory policy recommendation as a second reading. Policies EA, EB, JLIF, JLF.
Madam President, members of the board, this is the second reading of the policy changes that are recommended by ASBA. Staff have reviewed these with legal counsel and recommend supporting all of these. This is your second reading of these policy changes. And so staff are recommending that you vote to approve these.
Madam President?
Yeah.
I move that we approve.
I second.
Board Member Trujillo,
Aye.
Board Member Sandoval,
Aye.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's,
Aye.
President Ovalle.
Aye. And with that, it passes. So now that brings us to action item G4, request approval to adopt 2026-2027 governing board meeting schedule.
Madam President,
Oh,
excuse
I'm
me.
sorry.
Go ahead.
It's all printed.
It is all
You
printed.
don't have to explain it.
Yes, yes.
I move that we adopt the 26-27 governing board meeting schedule that's included in our packet.
May I amend the motion?
Sure. Well, it hasn't been seconded
Okay,
yet.
sorry.
What do you want?
I simply want to change the date of Thursday, August 13th to Thursday, August the 6th.
Ooh, that would be better for me. Does that work, Madam President? Okay, good. All right. I would revise my motion that we adopt the 26-27 governing board meeting schedule with the only change being that the August meeting would be on August 6th instead of 13th.
And I would second the motion.
Well-oiled machine.
Board Member Trujillo,
Yes, but I do want to
Amend.
make a statement that I hope everybody has January 14th for 2027 in their packets, because that was a last minute adjustment to adhere to our policy.
If you say it was, I think it was.
Okay. Just want to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Trujillo,
I said yes.
Board Member Sandoval,
Aye.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's,
Aye.
and President Ovalle.
Yes, and with that, it goes.
What?
Yeah, G5, I cannot do it. Can I see her? Let me see her. Let me see her.
I got it.
G5. Okay, that moves us to G5. Request the governing board to approve the purchase of existing solar photovoltaic system from PESD Energy LLC.
Was that a motion, Madam President? Did you make that as a motion?
Yep.
I'll second.
Board Member Trujillo,
Aye.
Board Member Sandoval, Vice President Edmiston,
Yes, sorry.
Board Member Aaron's,
Yes.
President Ovalle.
Yes.
Wait, point of
think
point of
that-
information.
I think Mr. Sandoval
Yeah.
voted twice and Ms.
Sorry.
Edson didn't vote at all.
My
so-
mic was off when I answered mine.
No.
Sorry. So yes for me. Vice President Edmondson has not answered.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes. Vice President Edmiston, yes.
Good
Thank you.
girl. Okay.
Okay, and G6, receive and discuss, possibly approve the resolution authorizing both Phase 2 of District Energy Savings Plan with Vergy and the solicitation of lease financing proposals, policies DJE.
Members of the board, Madam President, Dr. Gonzalez, Cabinet, Community, we have a proposal from Vergy Randy will give a presentation to the board, and this is to go over some more projects here at the district. This is Randy from Verigy. Sorry.
Madam President, members of the board, thanks for having me in. As you may know, we did a phase one and then we set some, it's on, wrong direction. Hear me better? Okay. We did a phase one, which we're in process of. I think everything's in. 2 solar fields got turned on, I think, earlier this month. So we're starting to see data in from that, which we have some information in your packet on as well. And this is the schools that we kind of set aside for the Reimagine to let that process happen. We looked at it holistically from the beginning, but we knew we needed some extra time on those. So this is kind of returning to that portion of it. So some of you were here, some of you were not here. So I'm going to do a little recap on who we are. The agenda, you guys have that. So we'll kick along at that pace. Our company is Verigy. We have a long history in Arizona. We are the only Arizona ESCO, which is an energy services company. That operates under a specific statute in the state of Arizona, which is listed later in the presentation. But it is basically designed to engineer products that need to be replaced or can bring energy savings to the table that reduces your utility bill. And then those funds from that utility bill reduction are used to pay for the products. And then the statute requires that we guarantee that that happens on an annual basis. If there's any loss of any size where it doesn't come to fruition, then we have to write you a check. And that's kind of the basis behind it. We have a 35-year history in Arizona. We've got hundreds of millions of dollars of the energy savings under our belt. Many projects, as you can see in public building projects, we specialize in K-12 school districts. We have 3 Arizona offices. We have a very large staff here in Arizona, and we are also in 30 some other states, but this is our headquarters here in Arizona. And we execute 95% of our own work. That helps us keep our costs down. When you're dealing with trying to build projects from energy savings, it's a good idea to try to keep your prices down. There's some other school districts that are around you that are listed here that we've done projects with. There's a lot of multi-phase projects that we have had as well. School districts often do what you guys are doing, which was there's an opportunity that we want to take advantage of, but there's part of it that needs to have a little bit more time to develop. So we'll do a phase one, a phase two. As products get older and reach their life expectancy, a lot of times school districts call us back in to look at those and see if we can come up with solutions that keep a budget neutral project for the school district. All right, where we are today. We did audits in 2024. We participated in capital improvement planning with the district so we could understand where everybody was and what the goals were. We decided on a phased energy upgrade with the Reimagine goals coming. It's a holistic energy plan, which means that we're not looking at one specific energy conservation measure. We're not looking just at lighting or just HVAC or just solar. We're looking at your buildings comprehensively so that we can have a larger impact on your energy usage. We have ongoing of implementation going on right now on the phase one, as I mentioned earlier. I think the last thing to do is we have 1 or 2 more solar arrays that we're dealing with the utility company on commissioning so we can get the meters hooked up to the grid, but then they'll be operational as well. So the point we're at today is a governing board presentation and approval. Focus points that we use when we go through these are the standards that we utilize. We want to focus on student success, safe and healthy environments, obviously the building needs. These are long-term partnerships. We monitor these on a regular basis. We put in software into your school. It's a smart software. I'm getting a little echo on this. It's a smart building software, like smart technology, so we can see what each meter is doing on a daily basis. That's transparent to the district as well. When we get done with our project, all that's turned over to you. We'll monitor it together. There'll be alarms and notifications that are given on things. Sometimes we have meters that are outperforming where we thought that they would be when we did our analysis. So if there's something going on there that we could help with on the other sites, then we implement those things along on the other sites. It's typically just a technology shift, but it helps us keep you at the peak and taking advantage of any savings that we can get you. Effective operation systems, we want to be effective and efficient and help you guys be effective and efficient. The statute we operate under is 15-213-01. It's a heavily regulated by the state. We have to deal with the Department of Energy on these as well. We are very conservative in the energy savings that we guarantee. These are meant to be budget neutral, but typically school districts see anywhere from 15 to 20% over what we guarantee because we leave a cushion in there if there's some kind of implementation issue or a training issue that needs to be done with new district staff. It gives us room to still provide what we told you would provide you and stay within the statute. The big thing going on now that we are really trying to hit is the federal incentives. When Biden was in office, he passed the Inflation Reduction Act that made it so that public entities could get monies directly from the IRS. There was a change in the IRS law. It used to be that only third parties, these PPAs or third-party owned solar systems, those investors would take advantage of tax credits. And school districts would have to assign that to them. With the passing of the IRA, it enabled that there was a change in the IRS law, and now you can be direct paid. So you can qualify up to 30-40% of the amount of the solar project that comes back to the school district in a direct pay. Typically, these are used to pay down the debt when these are done as a lease finance to make it pay off quicker. But that money is real. It's on the table. We have lots of school districts that have experienced it. Pendergast was probably the first one that went through it. We have many school districts around you that have participated in this. We surveyed everything that basically touches a utility, whether it be water, gas, or electric. So we look at lighting, HVAC, control systems, integration, which is how systems talk to each other and how information is delivered, building envelope, water conservation, solar. We look for shade canopies when we do these things. And there's more economic ways to do the solar, closer to where the SES or the electric gear is. Provides a little better payback because the electrical lines you have to run are very expensive. So we talk with facilities, we had meetings with the school district, we run through everything with this. And we make sure that placements where it needs to be, we find out where problems are happening, if there's complaints from any occupants in the building with heating, cooling, whatever the case may be. And that's how we develop these. We develop these as a team with the school district. Because it's your staff that's actually touching everything on a daily basis, and that's where a lot of good information comes from. Original survey results, when we went through, you already had quite a bit of LED lighting, which is great. You had 110 units that were basically past their useful life or at their existing useful life, which means you're putting a lot of money in these to keep them going, or you're having problems in your spaces. These are the types of equipment we look at. We don't replace things that don't need to be replaced because that would be a waste of money. So we focus on things that need to be replaced or problems that need to be fixed in order to find the energy savings we need to find. Your control system's currently up to date. We did do some smart building technology into it for scheduling to make things a little easier and more efficient to save some money in those areas. Building envelope, which is weather stripping and sealants and stuff like that. It's basically keeping our nice warm Arizona air out and not in. So the biggest delta here obviously is taking, air that's 100 degrees or 115 degrees and making it the temperature you want it in a classroom. So anything you can do to offset that and help it is better. Water usage, we do a water flow measurement on every urinal, every toilet, every sink to see what the valves are doing. In your particular case, we went through, replaced china and valves, because when you replace a valve, you got to make sure the china will still provide the flush power that it needs to have when we do it. Solar, you had present at 7 sites, you had 12 sites left that you could install at that had a good payback. And what we're doing here is trying to insulate you from APS increases. As it's been in the news for the last 5-6 years, it's pretty consistent now with utility companies increasing at a very large percentage every year. So any of the energy that you can produce yourself, obviously you've insulated yourself from those increases. All right, this is your full district picture. When you look at this, you've got your buildings on your left. You've got ECMs, which are energy conservation measures, lighting, HVAC. your EMS integration. This is the system that controls your building spaces for temperature and scheduling, water efficiency upgrades, as we just discussed, solar arrays around the district, and building envelopes. So this is kind of a overall like, okay, what could be done here that would be beneficial? The focus on phase one was best payback and return on investment for the district, while considering the phase two sites, which we're going to go through the reimagine, the highest priority needs, and then the district property changes. So we wanted to make sure that we were implementing in places that were beneficial to you long-term. This is some live monitoring from what's going on right now. This does not include the solar being hooked up because this data is previous to the beginning of this month when it would start showing up. But originally you were running at and this is data that you guys can see. This is transparent. This is part of that smart system. Your average square foot cost was $152 already without the solar even providing it. You guys are down to $1.23. So you're already seeing significant impacts across your district from the ECMs that are already installed. The federal incentive program that I discussed earlier, the Investment Tax Credit, Inflation Reduction Act. This is the direct pay from the IRS to you. This is not a grant or anything like that. This money doesn't run out. But we are at a point where if we do not have what they call safe harbor done by July 3rd, the rules change and they're not as beneficial to you. And then at the end of this year, they completely go away. So that wouldn't be available at all. You guys actually have two things on the table. We are using all domestic product with you. So you automatically get a 30% amount of the solar portion of the project back to the district. And then there's another 10% that we don't include in our numbers. That's for domestic content that you guys will be able to apply for. And then that will be gravy that just comes back to your district directly. Phase one, approximately 520, not including the 10%. And the phase two would drive 419,000, not including the additional 10% as well. All right, so this is kind of review on phase one. We did 6 sites, HVAC at all those sites, water at all those sites. We did retro commissioning, which is looking at your systems and changes and repairs that need to be made across the district for scheduling, operation, temperature, things of that nature. We did that at all of your sites because it's such a quick payback, and obviously you're in all your sites or 15 of your sites. Building envelope was done at 6 sites. And then we looked at how the utility company had you aligned for what you were charged for KWH in your school district and found that the rate plan you were on was not the most beneficial rate plan for you. So we did the paperwork to change all that over, and those have actually all been changed over already for 11 sites. That project, the total lifetime savings drive, and that numbers comes from the life expectancy of every piece of product. So for HVAC, for solar, that's over $38 million that it brings back to the district with energy savings over the life expectancy. And again, the total IRS tax credit is 520, not including the 10%. So the phase two that we're looking at, this one would be, that was a bond project, phase one. Phase two would be done, funded completely from your existing budget. So offsetting your utility budget to pay for these projects. So the financial projections on this, we have, it's actually just a little over 7 million. That's an early number, and we just got some new numbers in. You'll see it in the end. There's a contribution that we have on there. That piece is only because we need to safe harbor. And part of the safe harbor rules are we have to be under a signed contract. I have to issue you a billing for 5% of the contract. And that has to take place, and you have to take ownership of the panels that we're going to have. So we already have the panels ordered. They're already staged and ready to be delivered. So we're online with everything to be able to safe harbor. So there's no guessing that these funds won't come in. They'll be completely captured. Your finance amount is obviously less your owner contribution, but it changes at the end because the project's not 7.1. It's actually 7,068,000-ish is where it actually came in at. Your investment tax credit rebate on this is 507. Finance term that we look at on these, because the life expectancy on solar is actually 40 years plus. So these are done in 20-year terms. Statute allows for 25 years, but trying to find funds that give you the best advantage in an interest rate. When you exceed 20, it changes dramatically, so we don't go that far. And this particular phase would give you a lifetime savings of a little over 13 million. The scope on this is on the right. So you have LED lighting, HVAC upgrades, solar and building envelope, and then you have the 9 schools listed there below. Where you see an X is where that particular ECM would be done at that school. When you see an X like at Bartlett on HVAC, that does not mean that every HVAC unit is being replaced. That means that the HVAC units that are problem units or beyond life expectancy are going to be replaced. We do not replace things that still have life expectancy because that would be wasting money. These are self-funded capital improvement projects. This is a little bit about the statute and how it works. These are designed to take, and the graph is kind of the one I lean towards because I'm a visual person, but you have your utility costs before the project. We engineer out a project so we know how we can reduce the utility costs across these facilities. And then we have a capital investment, which is that's part of the savings from the utility is going to pay a municipal lease. And then you have a little bit of savings on top of that as that's going on. Once that municipal lease is paid off, whether it's done in the future with bond or whether you take it to the end of its entire run, then obviously all those things turn into savings for you, and your utility bill has been cut down, obviously. So between the two projects, you have a district lifetime savings of a little over $54 million being brought to the table by doing this. This is kind of a capital planning sheet we use, but it's just combining the two phases. There's ancillary items and stuff that we've looked at as well. That's why the 5-year plan thing is up there. But right now we're concerned with, we've done phase 1. We're looking at phase 2. You've got the combined lifetime savings showing for these and the combined rebates, which those rebates don't include the additional 10% for domestic product. We're utilizing your existing utility budget. We're stretching your bond dollars to help you expand for energy and operational savings. It's a guaranteed net neutral. As we discussed, statute requires that I guarantee. And typically the savings we have annually, the lender is matching the savings annually on what we give them. That is your payment. So basically we're guaranteeing the payment to the bank every year. Savings beyond the life of the guaranteed loan statutory term, and it insulates the district from future rate increases because obviously you're producing a fair share of energy yourselves instead of getting it from the grid. Benefits and impact, learning environment impact. There's hands-on STEM learning that we'll do. We can set up programs for the kids. We do solar cars and things like that. It's educational pieces a lot of times. Different curriculum teachers will like to get involved with this. Everything's focused towards parking lot shade, so it has a double benefit to you. Not only is it producing energy, but it's also keeping vehicles cool. It's got, as we discussed, transparent 24/7 monitoring. Meets facilities and operation needs. We wanted it to align with your guys' future plans and what you were doing here in the district. Long-term partnership. We're here monitoring with you. We have to guarantee it for its term. State statute, so it takes the risk away from the school district. We have to guarantee that it does this on an annual basis. Obviously reduces your energy expenses and your existing budget. It's a good stewardship for the community, for the planet. Federal dollars will be pulled in, obviously, from this for the direct pay that go towards the project, and then it implements long-term district goals. Some of the graphs on the right are just some of the smart building system that we have that monitors everything. These are just some information you can pull off so you can actually see production going on, how it's compared to yesterday, last year, same day. If there's a temperature change, last year might have been hotter or cooler than it is today on the same day. So there's a lot of comparisons you can do, and these will drive reports out. So you guys can get quarterly reports or monthly reports to go, okay, how are we doing? That's the way we look at it. And usually we set it up with the district and the district staff so we can run through it with them at least on a quarterly basis so that we can make sure that everybody's on the same page and it's doing what we want it to do. So next steps, possible board approval. We need to execute a guaranteed savings agreement, which your attorneys already reviewed. And we have prepared, we'll safe harbor the investment tax credit before July 3rd so that we're meeting the requirements by the federal government. And then we begin construction and implementation. The team that's here actually doing work now is actually just going to roll into this now. So it'll be the same team dealing with the same people. It just makes it a lot easier. When the solar gets connected to the grid or it's energized, there's information that we'll give the district that we're doing through your .gov website that holds everything so they know that you're going to be asking for these funds and it's held. And then after it's energized, there's information that we give you, you apply for it. And then depending on whether you choose your financial year to be your school year or the physical year, you're going to do this like we do our taxes. Like at the end of the year, we file our taxes after the year is over. Schools have the advantage of being able to choose your fiscal year or the end of the year. So it kind of goes on how our implementation period goes. If we get them connected and it's whatever, like the ones we're doing now, you're going to apply for them in January 1. Federal government has 45 days to give you that money, or they have to pay you 4% interest on it. Most of the school districts we're dealing with are getting it before then. We've had a couple that have gone like a week over, but the IRS doesn't want to pay you interest, so they're pretty motivated to get the funds out to you. And that's what I have. Any questions?
Yes, thank you so much for presenting tonight. My question is just to reiterate the when of these different, of phase 2, I'm assuming, right? Correct?
Mhm.
Yeah, phase 2. So when you said January 1st, that would be the approximate federal funds of $419,030? Is that what you were?
Phase $1.
Phase 1 is 520,000.
Yeah, 520. So we'll have everything in that information. We populated it in your .gov website, and then that will be applied for after this year ends because it's like a tax year according to the IRS. And then that goes into them and they have 45 days to get you back your check.
Okay, 45 days, perfect. And then my next question about the timing is the construction beginning that would go into effect if this resolution passes or the motion passes. The construction would begin roughly what time would you say
Yeah,
again?
almost immediately because we have to get panels on site. We already have containers here from the other panels we had, so we don't have to worry about that. We've already got them staged. So it's a matter of delivery and sign off on those. We'll have another meeting with your facilities team to go over schedules, so we're not interrupting school anywhere. A lot of the work that we do is actually done after people leave the building, their lighting changeouts and stuff. So we typically do this over a night schedule so that when everybody comes back, everything's the way it was. The only thing that's changed is the lighting, HVAC, some of the larger things like that where you can't have students around. Those things are typically done on weekends or breaks to get those in. We also can do them over the evening. Sometimes a guy will put in 2 or 3 of them over the night. So by the time the buses pull up, everything's hooked back up, the AC's on, and it's ready to go. But you just have to do fewer of them on a nightly basis when you do it that way.
Okay. And you said almost immediately is when construction would begin. Phase 2, is that the final phase or is there a third phase coming
I
after
mean,
this?
you know, there's always another phase
There's always
because you
another
have
phase.
equipment, right? And you have equipment that's 10 years old that we are not doing anything with, that you may pass a bond and go, hey, we want to do this, but we want you to put it in the systems we're monitoring and everything else. Or you may say, hey, we have this equipment, we don't have enough money to replace it, but we need to. Can we do another phase? Whatever the case may be. So I've got Sunnyside's done like 8 projects with me. Pendergast has done like 7. So it just depends. It's over a large period of time, obviously. I've been doing business with them for probably 16 years down at Sunnyside and probably 14 at Pendergast.
Oh, wow.
So it's a long-term relationship, and yeah, things wear out, and you look at different avenues to make it more advantageous for the district.
Wonderful. Yeah, long-term relationship is definitely a key to, I would say, a successful school, successful community. Thank you for bringing that up, because my last question would be then, would you be willing to continually send a representative or yourself to come quarterly at least to update us regarding these projects?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll build a report and then we'll go over that with you guys. And then if you're like, hey, I want to see this or I want to see that, that's just a metric change that we do in the software and it'll automatically spit that report out. So you guys can absolutely have constant reporting on it.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
So I have a couple.
Sure.
Just more curious, the presentation shares that we've got 110 units nearing their useful life. So I just wondered, how many do we have across the district that you're,
Well, that's a great question.
I mean, generally?
1,200.
Yeah. It's a really good question, and he's about right. Across the district, we have over 1,000 total units. That's district wide.
Because it makes me wonder, because I know sometimes we have those cooling towers and then sometimes we have a ton of ACs.
Some of our campuses are chillers, so that does reduce. We have a total of 16 total sites, with 3 of those being chiller systems.
Got it. And may I ask, I know we're moving to LEDs everywhere, and I just wondered if we could hear a little bit more about how important that is and why it's super important. If there's any student like importance, or is it just more cost savings because it's more efficient as far as energy?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good question. We just did projects at Garfield, and one of the major renovations was the upgraded LED lights in the classroom. And the response we got back from the staff is phenomenal, that students are able to, they're able to dim the lights if they need to. They're able to turn them full bright. So the LEDs that are going into the system or into the classrooms have a direct relation with students. So that's very helpful. And it's also a cost savings to the district as well.
Piggyback off of that point, Board Member Trujillo, I've experienced that firsthand when I was visiting the different schools in the area, Emerson, Shaw Montessori, Bethune. I was able to see that it really does make a difference. So thank you, Mr. Whittle.
I'd just like to make a comment before everybody's done, but I'm glad that we finally got a presentation because I signed off on the vouchers and I've been seeing the name pop up and I got a flag AP, like what's happening here, So I got props to Alicia Mina because she's very thorough. Like if I see a transaction that I don't know what's happening, she comes, but yeah, I'm glad that we're finally connecting and get a talk and get a presentation because I was like skeptical. So thank you so much for that. Yep.
All right, Madam President, I would move that that the board approves the resolution authorizing phase 2 of the district energy savings plan with Verigy and the solicitation of lease financing proposals.
I second.
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
I assume that legal counsel has reviewed the resolution and the other documents that are necessary, correct?
Yes, that's a really good question, Board Member Aaron's. Our legal counsel, Jim Gill with Gus Rosenfeld, he wasn't able to be here tonight, but he has reviewed and is working actively with myself and with Verigy regarding this matter.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Roll call. Board Member Trujillo?
Yes.
Board Member Sandoval?
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston?
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's?
Yes.
President Ovalle?
Yes, and with that, the resolution passes. And we move to item G7, discussion and possible action on hearing officers' finding of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendation decision concerning the employment of Sergio Govea, policies GCQF, GBEA, GBEB, GBEB-R.
Point of inquiry before we start, since we did amend the agenda to vote on the motion to rescind the charges that were adopted on April 16th, will we listen to the presentation and then I will make the motion on the rescission and then we will vote on 7.
President Ovalle, Vice President Edmiston, when the board voted to amend the agenda earlier in the meeting, that is not permitted under the open meeting law. the board has to give notice of agenda items 24 hours ahead. And so my recommendation would be to vote on agenda item 7 as it was properly noticed. The board has the option to accept, reject, or modify the hearing officer's decision in this matter. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I had understood under Robert's rules that the motion to rescind particularly could be made contemporaneously in the meeting, but it had to be a motion to rescind if it was a vote that occurred prior. If it happened, the motion to rescind was prior to the final action, and the final action would be the termination. So that as long as we vote on the motion to rescind prior to the termination, both of those votes would be valid.
So I'm not sure what portion of Robert's rules you're describing, but Arizona open meeting law doesn't necessarily comply. They're not exactly aligned. And so under the open meeting law, the public has to have notice of any action item on which the board is proposing or takes action on 24 hours ahead of time.
Point of inquiry, can you point to us, do you know the specific section in the open meeting law of Arizona? That I could just take a quick look, or is it simply in there?
I've been practicing education law for 20 years, so the board has to give 24 hours notice.
That sounds correct, yes,
To
100%.
propose, to discuss or propose action.
Thank you.
It's Title 38, I think it's section 431.03.
I believe that's correct.
Oh, this is my colleague, Amanda Sheridan. She has the citation.
Sorry, yeah, I just looked really quickly while you were asking the question. It is ARS 38-431 and 431.09.
Perfect, thank you.
Just to clarify, though, so I understand the difference. Whenever we were voting before on SOFG, we had another motion to vote on a vote that was substantially different. Same topic, but substantially different vote. We were voting on whether to dispense with it, but then we had a motion to vote on whether to keep it and, develop a strategic plan. So I guess I don't really understand what the difference is. And I know that that is generally something that you can do, right? So I don't understand what the difference would be in this case, why we can't vote on the rescission.
Because it wasn't properly noticed. So the agenda item that was properly noticed is action on the hearing officer's decision. There was no proper notice to the public about rescinding the board's April 16th statement of charges.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarity, an action item, you said if we modify it, it's got to be in 24 hours. Is that what I'm understanding? I'm sorry.
President of IA board members, in order to take legal action as a governing board, the public has to have notice of the agenda item 24 hours ahead.
Okay. And so item G7, we discuss amongst ourselves, or?
So at this time, you can have Mr. Gouveia come and make a statement. And then following that, we'll read the recommendation from the hearing officer, and you'll be able to vote to accept, amend, or reject the hearing officer's decision.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gouveia, would you like to?
Good evening, members of the governing board, district leadership. I didn't prepare a statement this evening because I didn't know I was going to be speaking, but I have been thinking about this for the better part of the last year. My problems at Capital School began in August, and without shading things too much, I would characterize the nature of complaints brought against me as frivolous allegations in most cases, and I defended them successfully at first. the weight of the constant fighting did take its toll on me after a certain point, and that was compounded by the elapse of my H-1B visa on October 10th, which I didn't get much reassurance from the district about. Through all that turmoil and all that strife, I felt being persecuted, and I registered a complaint with the AEA about it in December. And through with the visa compounding, not being able to renew my license, essentially riding dirty every time I rode my motorcycle to school, certain lines were never crossed. I never, like I said in the previous meeting, I never hit a child, never cursed at a child, never abused a child, never let my work slack, never let my responsibilities slide. There were sometimes where I was agitated, but as you heard from the public statements tonight from parents, especially, particularly parents who were directly involved and cited that I was in somehow irresponsible in my way of how I approached them, they all were upset that I was gone. And going back to the themes of getting back to what's important to the community and the stakeholders, I can't help but think that parent oversight and parent opinions matter. Now, when I brought this up at previous meetings, extreme, absurd examples were brought up like, well, if parents think that corporal punishment is good, that doesn't make it right. In a meeting in the fall, I said that I spoke to the parents about an incident in question. They were on my side, the Garcia family. And the principal said, it doesn't matter what the parents think. And I don't think that's the way to proceed and go forward. Now, there are certain things where the broad swath of the charges against me, I would describe as classroom management things. And without taking away the gravity of those are inherently subjective matters. And I take full responsibility, and trust me, nobody's raked themselves over coals more than myself about my conduct. I reflect a lot on my practice as a teacher, but there are certain things which are objective. I did use nicotine at school, nicotine pouches, and people have their opinions about that. I was honest about it. I never hid it. And I did show a classroom full of young men and an after-school program, pictures of firearms and bullets. The age ranges were grade 3 to 7. One of the students was a hunter. And I prefaced the conversation by asking, are guns good or bad? And I was very delighted by the answer, which was, well, it doesn't matter. It's the person who uses them. So it was an interdisciplinary lesson couched in the Second Amendment, history, NATO use of 5.56 rounds, and of course, physics, ballistics. And with my background, I'm fairly well qualified to talk about these things. Was it misguided? Perhaps, and I can concede that. But sometimes in after-school program, things get a little bit irreverent, and I take full responsibility for that. It's been alleged that I used the word badass, which, guilty, I've done that. But the charge changed. At first, it was said that I called a student that, which doesn't make sense. You little badass doesn't make sense. I have mouthed the word occasionally at times when I show the kids a cool video to drive home an academic point. I'm not saying it's right, and it was never in the context of disciplinary matters. It was more irreverent classroom discussion time as I was building a relationship with my class. Another of the charges, I believe, was charge number 11, where it was alleged that I made HR staff uncomfortable when I refused to sit. If you've seen my hearing summary and you know the importance I place on physical fitness and mind-body connection, I stand up, and then the transcripts were offered. And the transcripts showed that I was talking about peace, but somehow it was still hostile. As I said in my statement earlier this evening, I don't know, and I never asked during the hearing, what was district's recourse if my visa hadn't renewed on the 8th of May? What susceptibility would district have? It seems to me that from January on, I was being funneled and channeled into a situation where I would sweep myself under the rug by electing to have a separation agreement of sorts as early as January, when my ostensible AEA rep, Pedro, called me one evening, days after my appeal with the superintendent, and asked me some weird questions. Hey, you live here by yourself? Do you have family here? Okay. Have you ever thought about a separation agreement? He tried to sell it to me like it was something that would benefit me. It's like, I could get you this thing. I've got it for 4 guys in the past 2 years. It'd be this great deal. You just have to sign a non-disparagement clause and we get you paid till the end of the year, but you just couldn't come back. And he really tried to give me the hard sell on it. I remember it made me uncomfortable. And I asked him if he'd spoken with anybody at district. He said he hadn't. Although on March 30th, when I went in, after 40 days of being on administrative leave with no notice, just so they could, I guess, compile more charges, they said, oh, I thought Pedro had spoken with you. This is supposed to be my AEA rep. And that's why I didn't contact AEA in the midst of March 30th charges, the April 1st, the ones that y'all voted on April 16th. I didn't feel served by the AEA. When I saw them in the HR meetings, the few that they did attend with me, I observed a much too cozy, much too comfy relationship between them and district leadership. And so I became a little bit disenchanted with them. As far as specific incidents, it was said I made a young girl feel upset because I told her she was letting her classmates down. That same mother wrote a letter to you, which I've shared with you, and then which public statement tonight. She saw the report card comments I left for her daughter. She saw that I believed in her daughter and helped cultivate her voice. What you don't hear about is my tone, but I take my students outside to the field. I teach them how to scream properly because I'm a singer. I get them to yell with me. I don't want kids to not have a voice. They need that to defend and advocate for themselves. I've made relationships with families and parents over the last few years who are still coming to bat for me and wanted to do more for me. And the reason I didn't call any witnesses was because I wanted to spare them the ordeal of cross-examination. As I sat hearing the closing statements, particularly of district council on June 12th, I sat and I read those letters that parents had drafted for me because it's easy to forget who you are. And I needed to be reminded when I got those letters drafted from parents, oh yeah, I am making a difference. The people who actually matter, who see the fruits of my labor, they're the ones who think well of me. And district machinery was mobilized against me and things were escalated. I've been very de-escalatory, and I think the superintendent would attest there were several instances, late May, April 2nd, when I wrote her emails looking to de-escalate the situation, and I received flippant responses, how I would characterize as flippant. It's not procedural at this point, it's personal. And I think it's because I dared to set boundaries when HR dealt with me in bad faith. After 40 days on leave, when they called me in on March 30th, I said, I want peace. Let's do a separation agreement. And I had some certain stipulations. None of them were mandatory, but if you just dealt with me like a human being and said, hey, we can't do this, okay, fine. But I was led to believe all week by the head of HR that things were fine. And then Friday afternoon, Good Friday, at dismissal, I got an email saying, oh, see you on Monday. I will be minimally available this weekend. And then I said, I'm not coming. I told them before the end of the day, I said, I won't be coming in if it's not right. We can just do this remotely, because he had approached me angrily over email and thrown me off. And that's why I set my boundaries with them. And the boundaries that I set, which were never refusal to communicate in any absolute terms, but I'm not going to be pushed around anymore about this. I felt I'd been pushed around enough and I hadn't been dealt with squarely. And the reality is this all started back in Capitol. I had a history with the principal there because I had resigned from a position at Capitol 2 years prior before going to Heard. And that always stuck with me and I felt remorse about it. I'm not sure to what extent she was motivated by resentment of that. I'm not sure how difficult that year was for her. I don't know. But again, the disregard for what parents felt and assuring me that that didn't matter. You heard the statements yourself tonight. Things got worse for my students after I was gone. I wasn't a bad teacher. I certainly wasn't a perfect teacher, but I showed up every day early, did the work, devoted myself to prep, tried to give the kids cool experiences, motorcycle oil changes, using Dungeons and Dragons to teach social studies, the conquest of the Aztecs, these kinds of things, like inventive outside the box things. Certain people in here might have been in the 2024 Social Studies Selection Committee. I pushed hard for novel approaches, gamification of learning, things like that. I like to think that I'm fairly much in touch with the younger generation, and I can be fairly immature myself sometimes too. I haven't lost that inner spark in me, and I think that's why I relate so well to kids and dogs, incidentally. So I've heard talk after the public statements tonight about a loss of good qualified teachers, and I would posit that I am a good and qualified teacher who cares. I understand that after everything that's happened over the last few months, it might be a bit of a sore spot for district leadership if I was still around, and so I'm willing to explore novel options. I think termination is unwarranted, and I'm glad that I pursued this because the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And if I hadn't, then I would have fallen to a board that wasn't complete. And now we have a full, complete board and hopefully a more quality vote. And I've already seen good things tonight and I'm hoping for more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions, comments?
Well, point of inquiry on the process, because I also didn't know that this would be part of it. Are we allowed to ask him questions, or And I know it's getting late, but I think it's important to establish a few things. And so this is an interrogation. I was not planning on asking it, but I do think it's important. Can you give us a timeline of when you started working for the district, who you were working under, and where you were working in a timeline fashion?
From January 2023, when I started, to January 2023 to May 2023, I was a 7-8 ELA teacher, fifth wheel. I didn't have my own classroom. I supported other teachers at Magnet Traditional under Adrian Walker and Michael Covarrubias. I obtained a job for the following year as a phys ed teacher at Capital School, and I resigned from that position to my regret, or not, because Heard was good, but I resigned from that position 2 weeks before the school year started.
Dates, please.
Oh, of course. I procured the job at Capital, I would say in around June 2023, and I resigned in July 2023. I obtained the job at Heard as fourth grade teacher in July of 2023, and I remained a fourth grade teacher until May of 2025.
Who are you working under?
Zephy Magana and Danielle Randall.
Okay, and then from August 2025 until,
Capital School with Kirby Botts and Eden Goading.
okay, and going along that same timeline, can you give us an understanding of two things? What was your disciplinary record? What was your disciplinary record during these various 4 slots that I wrote down here? And were you ever put on a performance plan either for those disciplinary actions or your performance in the classroom?
Prior to going to Capital School, I had no disciplinary record, to my knowledge. I'd never had a meeting with HR, and I had never been put on a performance plan. No performance
No
plan.
performance plan ever, even at Capital?
I had a student, a coach, Marnie Burris, come into my class 2 times, but I don't believe there was a formal performance plan. There were teacher action plans, but those are pretty standard.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Madam President, members of the board, this is the recommendation from the hearing officer. Teacher Sergio Govea sought a hearing regarding the governing board's statement of charges. An independent hearing officer of the State Board of Education approved list conducted a 1 1/4 day hearing to determine whether the district had sufficient cause to dismiss Mr. Govea. Mr. Govea attended the hearing both days. The district presented 4 witnesses: Assistant Principal Eden Godin, Principal Kirby Botts, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Dr. Jed Bowman, and myself. Mr. Govea cross-examined each of the district witnesses. Mr. Govea elected not to present witnesses, as he shared earlier, or to testify himself. Some of Mr. Govea's exhibits were admitted into evidence and were presented in the closing argument. A copy of the hearing officer's decision is attached in your governing board documents, and you also have all of the exhibits that had been shared prior and that have included some of Mr. Govea's additional exhibits. The hearing officer's recommended decision was also provided to Mr. Govea the day that I received it. The hearing officer issued a 22-page decision, which includes recommended findings of fact, conclusions of law, and a recommended decision to terminate the employment contract and dismiss Mr. Govea from employment from the Phoenix Elementary School District. I can provide further highlights of the hearing officer's recommended decisions if the governing board would prefer to have that. But as the superintendent of Phoenix #1, it's my responsibility to ensure that we have the very best teachers serving our students. The facts brought to us in the circumstances show that Mr. Gouveia violated district policy in his choices of disciplinary actions. And when administration offered coaching, correction, or other supports in the form of a instructional coach, the behaviors did not change. This led to the process of progressive discipline and ultimately to bringing the statement of charges before the governing board. As the hearing officer heard the facts and upheld the recommendation to terminate, he also stated that there were no procedural errors in the process. Thus, the administration recommends that the governing board adopt the hearing officer's decision as its own and terminate the employment of Mr. Gouveia effective today.
Does anybody have any questions, comments, recommendations? Hearing none, then we could go to roll call. Or a motion to,
I'm sorry, who, does someone,
I move that we adopt the hearing officer's recommendation concerning the employment of Sergio Gouveia.
Board Member Trujillo?
Aye.
Board Member Sandoval?
Nay.
Vice President Edmiston?
May I explain my vote? When the board initially voted on the statement of charges against Mr. Gouveia, there was material information to his termination that was not disclosed to the board. I made it be known that had that information been provided to the board, I would have either voted no, or I would have asked for additional time for us to be fully informed on the matter. In any case, I would not have voted yes. Subsequently to my advisement, there were documents that continued to characterize that vote as quote-unquote unanimous, which was technically true but materially misleading. I want the record corrected to show my dissent. Furthermore, this is a substantively different board than the one that we had in April. We lost a board member, we gained 2 more, and only 2 of us sitting here tonight have been present and voting during every meeting that this matter was on the agenda. New facts have come to light showing that there was no full, accurate, or complete history of this matter. Proceeding with this termination right now creates potential legal and financial liability for our school district and our taxpayers. Equally important to me is the procedure that was employed. In the hearing officer's report, he states that due process was followed. I do not agree because material information was not provided to board members prior to the April 16th vote on the statement of charges, and it was determinative, at least to me. From a due process standpoint, there is no way to ensure a just result from a flawed process. Upon learning the material facts, including 2.5 years of service in 2 different schools and under the leadership of 2 principals with stellar reputations themselves, as I understand it, this matter became a procedural question rather than a substantive one regarding Mr. Gouveia's behavior. A school board must serve in many capacities. When we are making life-changing decisions on employment, such as we are in this termination vote, we sit in a quasi-judicial role. In an employee termination case, the principle of a fair trial translates into procedural fairness and due process, ensuring that an employer's decision to dismiss a worker is justified, unbiased, and follows a clear, verifiable process. Due to the board learning material facts after the first vote, I could never conclude that this process has been fair to Mr. Gouveia. In fact, I hold a deep conviction that it has not been. When I step back and I take a look at the statement of charges and the hearing officer's report and recommendation compared to the documents presented by Mr. Gouveia and the many character witnesses who have written and spoken on his behalf, it is glaring to me that these cannot be fully reconciled. That actually leaves me with more questions than I have answers for, but I do know that in my opinion, the flaws in this process mean that no just outcome can truly be achieved here tonight, and that is patently not Mr. Gouveia's fault or his burden to assume. And for those reasons, I vote no.
Board Member Aaron's. President Ovalle.
I vote no, just because procedure wise, I don't think that things were done in a good way. And so because of that, I can't do it. So no. And with that, the motion fails. Oh. Well, I think we should look at our own internal processes and see kind of where we went wrong. Then we should have that study session where we talked
President,
about.
point of order, Madam President. I'd like to ask legal counsel, are we required to make another motion? Because all we've done here is voted down a motion to accept the hearing officer's recommendation. And since this is a personnel matter, there has to be something that'll happen that will, because right now, frankly, the employee is in limbo.
So because the board has rejected the hearing officer's decision and the teacher is a continuing teacher under Arizona law, the district's required to issue him a contract for the 26-27 school year.
That's what I needed clarified. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
I second.
Board Member Trujillo.
Aye.
Board Member Sandoval.
Aye.
Vice President Edmiston.
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's. President Ovalle.
Yes. All right, it is 9:22. We'll be gone for like 30, 45 minutes. We'll see you when we come back.
do is order. Yeah, we're back in order.
All right, everybody, it is 10:28 and I call this meeting back in order.
Madam President,
Sure.
I would like to move that pursuant to item F or G1, whatever appropriate, I move that we authorize council to conclude a proposed settlement agreement to resolve litigation in Hi-Hat versus Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1 et al. CV 2025-18519, and authorize the superintendent to execute the agreement when concluded.
I second.
Board Member Trujillo?
Aye.
Board Member Sandoval?
Aye.
Vice President Edmiston?
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's?
Aye.
President Ovalle?
Yes. And with that, the item passes. And then, where are we at? H1? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we're at H1, future agenda item requests. Does anybody have any requests for the next agenda?
I do, but I'm gonna email them over to you because I don't have them all figured out in my head yet.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Then we move to adjournment.
Madam President, there being no further business on the agenda, I move that we adjourn.
I second the motion. This is Carmen.
Board Member Trujillo?
Aye.
Board Member Sandoval?
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston?
Yes.
Board Member Aaron's?
Yes.
And President Ovalle?
Yes. And this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.